And hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I haven't vocal fried y'all in a little bit. Okay, come on, run that ad break. There you go. There you go. Okay. Well, hope you're all doing well. It's a day out there. Actually, it was mid 80s temperature wise. If we're talking about the day, it was a hot day. Hot days are somewhat pleasant. I think last week I got snowed. Yeah, I got snowed on last week, so 85-ish degrees is not bad. Fahrenheit, of course. 85 degrees centigrade would kill me. It would kill the mightiest of people. How much would 80 degrees be? That's gotta be enough to scald. I'm thinking that's enough to sterilize bacteria. 85 centigrade? Yeah, probably. I'll ask Vino or Sally when they show up. They will show up. Installed games. Talos Principle 2. Oh, we earned 16 achievements yesterday. God damn. That's pretty good. That's pretty goddamn good. It's a little crazy. We got 18% of the achievements in one play sesh. So that's good. Game reviewed. It's true, we did review it. I did review it. We did not do it on stream. Alright, OBS, do your job. Come on. There you go. I don't know what dictates what games will pop into OBS fast and which will pop into OBS slow. You could hear the WEs occasionally. The dynamic music was done such that you can hear it sometimes. So we're just moving back and forth a little bit, I see. Alright, well. We've gotten a whole 9% of the way there, Jesus Christ. Well, let's carry on. That computer vision graphic is pretty neat. Yeah, the game is pretty. Gotta admit it when it's pretty. Oof. The hell is this?
We begin with the self, because that is what determines our existence as individuals. But the self cannot exist without that which surrounds it. The citizen lives within the city, and the city lives within the cosmos. So now we must apply the principle we have discovered to the wider world and ask, if man is like a machine, could it be that the universe is similar in nature? And if so, what follows from that fact?
Ah, and here's the gates. Right. But you need to actually, like, do the puzzles. Well, I guess we'll do the puzzles. I don't see any of my crew members, or expedition mates. I was hoping to maybe talk to Melville, see if she had anything new to say, but she does not seem to even exist. Oh yeah, and I didn't let anybody in the Discord know, so I'll let them know. I should have let them know earlier, but you know. Yeah. Bit of a later start than I would have liked, incidentally, but... well, that is what it is. Let's resume. Are you someone? Hey, Yakut. Here's number 8. We haven't done that one. Seesaw. Okay. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's real cute. Oh, that's real cute. Oh, that's real goddamn cute. Okay, okay, you got me. There's a ladder here. Which implies that whatever we do will close the beam behind us. Yes. Seesaw. Cool. Because, yeah, what I imagine is that there might be some temporal way to, Here's Arkin says, consider using that hole boring thing for the red stream? Yeah, maybe. We can use the driller. Naturally, this leaves us with the other problem, which is that the beam collision remains in effect. We just have this going on instead. However, if we get the beam splitter in here, we have windows from which we can do the seesaw. Therefore, the object is not that. The object is to get the beam splitter in here. And having so done, we need to alter the situation. We need to use the beam splitter God damn it. Okay. And we need to place the beams appropriately. Okay, so okay. Those 2 white beams are good. Right, except right. Good enough.
Did you see how 1K solved that one?
No, sorry.
Oh, it was really clever.
Apparently, I used only 1 beam. In fact, I think the second beam splitter is a red herring. Oh, private message. Connecting you as a friend. Interesting. Relayed your responses to my friends, and they have reached certain conclusions regarding your character. Would you like to hear them? Sure, go ahead. Now you're new, so let me fill you in. Your arrival marks the moment of New Jerusalem's maturity, and there are differences of opinion about what it ought to become. Naturally, there are people working quietly behind the scenes in an advisory capacity, trying to guide our city to prosperity. People who know things which would only scare or confuse the average citizen. I have 5 such friends who expressed to me their interest in getting to know you. Who are these people? Here's Arkin says, name of Doge set off my fight or flight like, yeah, no, that's... Doge 666 is definitely, you know. Doge says, I can't yet tell you their names, but I can tell you a little about them. The first is an engineer by trade, tends to see the world as a puzzle to be solved. The second is a scholar of some repute, thinks the big questions have answers in our code. The third is, well, it's hard to pin down, a practitioner, let's say, of the esoteric arts, the meditation guy. So we got the engineer guy, the bridge guy, Blinks, I think. The scholar of some repute is not going to be number 3, but the one behind number 3. The fourth is a member of the political establishment. That's going to be Jeremy. And the fifth, well, the less I say about them, the better for anyone. So is there someone you think would make a good match? Huh. I'd rather hear which is most interested in me. Your answers to my questions and our observations of your behavior elsewhere has given us a massive amount of data. It's clear that there is only one person that I should put you in touch with. You've shown compassion for your fellow humans and open-mindedness to the point that your brains might fall out. Your support would mean a great deal to my esoteric friend. They won't be pinned down on how New Jerusalem should grow, except to say that it shouldn't be pinned down on that they're absolute. Are you happy for me to put you in touch? Sure, please do. I'll send an introduction in due course. Alright. I don't know what I've just gotten into. Found on a Sphinx monument on the Wooded Plateau. Interesting. 2478. 2478. The mythological Prometheus was a trickster, and it seems his holographic equivalent has similar tendencies. These sparks seem designed to allow us to skip puzzles, a function which appears to run counter to whatever intent there is behind this place. Still, the terminals for using them are right there in the puzzles, so Prometheus must have some legitimate authority in all this. Sparks can be recovered by properly solving the puzzles. Interesting. That's a neat little detail. Where do you go? Loop. Oh, we already did loop. Yep. I have a needle, already did this one. These big-ass maps, big-ass misty-ass maps do produce certain things. Passage. Now this is a new one. It's a wet one. It's an interesting water texture, to say the least. That's what I thought. Here's Arkansas's weird tech demo world design. Well, I mean, I could see that. It's certainly not that dissimilar to the original Talos Principles ones. The original Talos Principle ones was, you know. I'm not sure I accomplished anything by doing that. I'm actually a little bit impressed with how little I accomplished by doing that. I'm right back where I started. Be that as it may. That's not quite true. Can't drill through floors. Interesting. Okay, but that doesn't help us either. We need to go grab that. Also, if I just shot myself into that, that would accomplish nothing. No, we need to use the driller. Okay, well that's no problem. That is a problem, though. Just toss this bad boy back here. Alright, there we go. But we need both drillers out here for this. This is a double driller situation. Okay. Done. Okay. Oh, yes. Can't see what that is. Drop that over there. Grab a handful of this. Okay. Drop over, drop that through the hole.
Any progress on the particle clouds, Melville? It's pretty clear they're integral to how all of this functions.
I've gathered a lot of data, but I still have a lot of numbers to crunch before I can give you an answer. And I can't guarantee that my answer won't be another question. I'm glad we don't get headaches.
So this is the star, huh? Jarkin says, I think the brutalist style works better than the odd Roman ruin that never seemed to end. Yeah, it's because this one's in the real world, and that one was in a simulation. The Roman ruin was actually part of the Serious Sam things. Melville's got nothing. Okay. Alright, so we got spam bots already. Jarkin says the brutalist with the natural overgrowth feels more natural and such. Yeah, it definitely gives off the vibe that it's the real world versus the previous. Quantum tunneling, eh? The new version of the double jammer situations. Well, familiar to say the least.
You know something that's weird about these puzzles? They're not replicas of the simulation puzzles, like the ones in the museum.
Wasn't there an artist who did an exhibition a few years ago that involved new puzzles of some kind?
That was Barzai. It was called Trials of an Imagined Past. I tried to get you to come along. You thought it would be boring.
Were they similar?
No, not at all.
Was it boring?
I thought it was interesting.
Just hunting down this deer. It's freaking out. Mutual aid. Interesting. A dilemma indeed. Ah. The old double jammer experiment. Two, 4, 7, 8, eh? The Progenitor Portrait Series. Rodamne. Hi everyone, this is the latest in my portrait series. I've always had a deep respect for the progenitor, Alexander Drennan. She didn't just create the founder and save humanity, she also tried to instill us with a sense of beauty and wonder. It was good to be human, Alexander Drennan. Neve says, as usual, please keep in mind that we should focus on engagement with the work. Don't ask yourself whether it's good or bad, but how it makes you feel. Budahas says, beautiful work, Rodamne. Gives me a bittersweet, wistful feeling. She must have been a great person. Jefferson says, to me it really captures her bravery in the face of what the cosmos had thrown at her. Thecla says, it's well done, but I'm not sure it's appropriate for us to depict the progenitor in this way. It's important to remember she was a real person. Hope that doesn't come off as mean. Guess we'll find out. Alright, she was extraordinary, of course, but she was a human being like any of us. Thecla says, I don't think you can say the progenitor was like any of us. It's like saying the founder was like any of us. It's not disrespectful to acknowledge their humanity. Okay is right. The fact that say not to acknowledge their humanity would be downright insulting. Just look at that quote Rodamna posted. You said, before this thread derails completely, let me say someone who personally knew the founder. She was both extraordinary and very human. I could never accomplish what she did, but she always believed in me and my passion for art. End of thread. Okay. Away we go. Oh, this stays unlocked. Well, that's convenient. Alright. 2478. What could that mean? Back up. Let's see. What have we got? We've got missing beam projector. We need something we don't have here. Can we grab it? We can. Cool, nice and easy. Okay. Got it. So the complicated part now is that we don't get a window. But maybe we don't need one, okay? Well, we need one here. We need one over there. Huh. Vexatious symmetry. Guess we could use both. Don't mind that too much. Okay. That'll do. Okay. Let's learn about 4 and 5. Placement, huh? Okay. Next we'll just do a swap here. Okay, take this. Oh, but we... Huh. Neat. I need to take the driller. Interesting. That implies that we need... Right. Okay, grabbable, easy. Can't take driller through its own hole. Okay. Well, that makes things a little bit more complicated than I anticipated, huh? Though I should have known I can't take the driller through its own hole. I mean, at this point, we don't really need... We just need a way out of here, that's all. That was a little jank, but whatever, it worked. That's pretty to me. Interesting. 2467, eh? Duet. There's one place to aim it at. See. Right there ought to make a difference. Let's start there, since we can always come back here. So, we need to get the jammer out of there. Okay. Shouldn't be impossible. Maybe implausible from this window, but you know. Yeah! Yeah, we need to exfiltrate this thing. Easy as pie. Help a goddamn thing. Folks, didn't help a goddamn thing. That purple wall, we can't bump that thing out of there. There's this bad boy, but we can't really do anything with it. Can't remove this fan. This is an embedded fan. We don't really need this. This gives us at least one other perspective we can use. Can't exfiltrate, but we can jam. Arkin says that jammer is likely meant to be able to jam that blue wall to your left there. Maybe. So we got this bad boy out here. So with that, exfil that guy. I mean, we could exfil that guy over to here. For whatever that's worth. Which would let us exfil jam through here. Then we still need to figure out a way to... Right. Here it says, use the drills in tandem. Yeah, something like this ought to do it. We can exfil that guy. with this, we can... Yeah. Didn't really need to do that when you think about it. Okay. Now we can do 2, 4, 7, 8. So let's do that. Byron's got nothing for me, huh? More Alcatraz, alright. Two, 4, 7, 8. I love the fact that I'm live streaming both in-universe and out-of-universe. Sparkle is sprinkling. It's a weird thing. We got a star.
Every answer leads to another question. The last answer leads to the first question.
Okay. Interesting.
I think that was more like a recording. The entity didn't appear, and the system didn't react either.
Stars. Another reflection of the simulation.
I've discovered what seems like another mystery to solve. Stars clearly inspired by the simulation, which are gained by solving puzzles related to these monuments to Pandora, Prometheus, and the Sphinx. Perhaps these stars are somehow related to by what Yakut dubbed the astronomical temple? I mean, that would make sense, yes. Nothing yet, okay. Well, let's see what else. Let's see what the other star temple is. The last question leads to the first. Find my sprite and follow it here. So, the first question was the sprite one, so... I'm gonna guess that... That looks like a compass. Yeah, I can't parse this. It seems symmetrical, but it's not. But I can't tell if the asymmetry is just a weather pattern or what. We've got 4 dots on the embossings, 2 dots there. Yeah, it seems like something symmetrical that then got eroded, so... that would make it a compass? So we head due west, for example. We should find something. We don't have a map, do we? We have a map, but... topographical scan of the area, so... We have a few glowing blue handprints, so I'm going to check to make sure that I haven't... missed those. We're getting close to one. I thought I already looked at you. The new theology, Neve, and Leviathan, so, yeah. Question mark. What are you? Here's number 6. Lift thrusters, huh? Okay.
While exploring the forest, I came across a sight of primal force. A beautiful stag, standing on a hill silhouetted against the setting sun. It appeared like a messenger from some divine natural power, perhaps from Gaia herself. Even to a being such as myself, less susceptible to manipulation by instincts and hormones, it was clearly a moment of revelation. In such moments, we are told to avert our eyes. But what if we do not? What will we discover if we look more closely? If we could speak to the stag, what wisdom would it have to offer? The answer is none. The stag is an animal of overwhelming stupidity, driven only by fear, hunger, and lust. There is no abyss for us to plunge into behind this revelation. Rather, the revelation is as flat and unreal as the plywood walls of a film set.
You don't know that about the stag. Lithrasir? So 1K found a recording of Lithrasir. And what an odd recording, too. I know he's one of the first companions, but I don't actually know much else about him. Don't think I've ever seen him around either. Can someone explain? Neve says, Lithrasir always had an unusual perspective, even in the very beginning. He traveled a lot, sometimes leaving for years. He built a kind of mobile recharging station, so he didn't need to come back to the city as often, although it was quite risky, as the solar panels had a tendency to break rather quickly. But he had no problem taking risks if he felt they were necessary, and exploration was necessary to him. Lithrasier would record his thoughts as he explored and then publish them when he returned. Over the centuries, he accumulated a group of admirers, or disciples if you prefer. In the period of crisis surrounding Athena's disappearance, they left the city, headed into the unknown, and we haven't heard from them since. Is the recording I found one of those he published back in the day? He says, no, not as far as I can tell. Perhaps it's something he decided to shelve, or something he only shared with close friends like Athena. Thank you, that was informative, says Guta 972. Interesting. Interesting for two reasons. The star had a building very much like this one. And there is a stag not far from here. I was chasing it, but I thought it was just sticking around at the time. Need to find that stag. Genuinely thought you couldn't catch the stag, but maybe you can. It's fine, we're just looking for a deer somewhere in all this. Based on some vague resemblance of shape. And again, these aren't aligned to the compass points. Got south over there, west over here, the gap over here. Yeah, we got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's not right then. Oh, interesting. Can I? Bonk. Paintings just out in the goddamn woods. Didn't notice those before. Very unusual, to say the least. God damn, this place is huge. Enter the tower. See what we've got. Some of these lighting effects are, I don't know about them. It's ironic. They pushed the file size to 100 gigabytes to make the graphical fidelity as high as it possibly can be. But I only criticize the graphics because the fidelity is as high as it possibly can be.
Of clay.
That's 100 gigabytes
You
more.
have strayed from your garden and entered a domain that is beyond your ken.
Sounds about right.
Turn back now, before you harm yourself and others.
We were invited here.
Prometheus had no authority to summon you. He is rash and foolish and given to trickery, but his schemes lead only to ruin. Therefore heed my warning.
The flame is not for you.
We need to know what is going on here for the safety of New Jerusalem.
Your desire to protect your city is commendable. But
He
you
says
must
small
remember
stream
that knowledge leads
Hello,
to
Chibi.
temptation.
How many of those bloody things are there?
I think that was Pandora, which matches the other one being Prometheus.
They seem to be locked in some kind of conflict.
Might be wise to avoid getting caught in the crossfire until we understand what these entities actually are.
Almost about to throw myself ass over tea kettle beside this Tetramino bridge. Why is the arrow lit up? What's that about? Oh, it's because the gate. Let's talk to everybody first. Whoa.
How can I help you?
What do you make of Pandora?
It's clear that there's some kind of antagonistic force in this place, something that doesn't want us to discover the purpose of the megastructure. Perhaps that's part of the testing. Or perhaps it's what's responsible for this state of decay.
There's the symbolic value of these entities we're encountering.
That's a good question. Prometheus is often taken to
says
represent
Iron Man.
freedom and progress.
I guess
the
a little
ideals of
bit.
the radical enlightenment. Pandora, on the other hand, usually represents the dangers of those very ideals, so they're counterparts, in a way. And the Sphinx is a mystery. Does that mean that these entities correspond to these concepts? Perhaps. They certainly seem to act like it. But Athena isn't the goddess of Athens, and I'm not Robert Byron, although those are the origins of our names. Where does myth end and history begin? We'll have to find out.
That's all. How about you, Al?
Everything okay?
What do you make of her?
It's pretty clear to me that she doesn't want us to proceed with what we're doing. I find that deeply concerning. That said, there are clearly other forces at play here as well, so I'm trying my best to remain open to a more positive interpretation.
One of those beings called us here after all.
Exactly. But we don't really understand anything yet, and this Prometheus is suspiciously absent, so I remain cautious.
That's all. No levers on the failed ones, which is interesting. There's something we're supposed to find, or... I don't know. Could be we don't have the same information, all the information we need. Such a thing is not inconceivable. Alright. Time for Eastern Wetlands. A region of low hills interspersed with small bodies of water overshadowed by a gargantuan star-like construct. Interesting. I think we should also just go back to number 1, Grasslands Ring here for a second. Because I didn't notice the Skyrim compass until late in the game. So I see one star over there. And there's a question mark. That's what I thought. Huh. From the Lives of the First Companions by Randolph 777. Lithrazir is perhaps the most mysterious of the First Companions, a wanderer and mystic by nature. He would venture far from New Jerusalem on his own, recording his thoughts as he explored harsh and distant lands. These recordings garnered him a group of devoted followers, to whom he tried to impart his wisdom 5358. In the troubled time following the founder's disappearance, Lithrazir and his disciples set out on a journey to reach the opposite end of the world by foot. They have not been heard from since.
There is a pleasure in arriving on this island. The pleasure of being the first to step foot here in hundreds of years. It is a genuine pleasure, and yet it is also banal. My presence here is of no more significance than that of every other animal. These rocks do not care who walks here, and the millennia between the presence of our ancestors and my brief journey are nothing to them. But even putting it this way is wrong. It is not that the rocks do not care. It is that in some sense they do not exist. I may stand in awe of the cliffs on the southern coast, but the cliffs cannot look back at me with contempt. They cannot do anything at all.
Okay. We see the same logo, the same exact logo as last time. I'm going to say that we can't do that one. I'm also going to say that we probably are missing more than just that. Interesting. Look at that. Find my sprite. Sure enough. There's the sprite. We got the little guy. Off we go.
Not all things must be balanced. When good is weighed against evil, tip the scale.
I do like that. I like that. That's sick. I like that. Good is weighed against evil. Tip the scale. Time to go to number 3. Travel to East 3.
1K brought up an interesting question earlier. Where did all the tech in the labs come from? So, I had a look at the serial numbers. And it turns out the answer is New Alexandria.
Oh. Wow, I guess that makes sense. After the explosion, the colony was abandoned. Nobody ever went back for all that stuff.
We had enough to deal with. So many dead.
So that's one question answered. But how did they go from scavenged Alexandria tech to all this?
How did we go from nothing to where we are now? Through the application of reason and the right tools.
So did they get better tools than we did? Or was it just the stagnation? Because I'm pretty sure that Byron would like it to be just the stagnation. What the fuck is that? Holy shit.
Look at the size of that structure.
How does the material support so much weight? Is it the same stuff as the other buildings?
Yeah. I know it looks like some type of concrete, but the molecular structure is completely different.
You don't say.
Whatever it is, it's a lot stronger and less brittle.
Are the labs made out of the same material?
No, that's just ordinary concrete. Although, it does have some molecular weirdness going on, too. Too little variation in the grain.
Well, that wouldn't be molecular weirdness. That would be structural weirdness. I know I'm reading too much into this funny robot video game, but just saying. Okay, so we can immediately start walking backwards. That's a sign. Here's a guy. What the shit?
Just when I thought we'd found all the weird stuff.
Success. It worked. I made a statue from Miranda. Well, it half worked. The design wasn't balanced, so it fell over and broke. It was very dramatic. But the good news is that it all works in principle. Imagine what we could do using stone, part of the environment, some corruption. More Trevor. We like Trevor.
So, humanity is great. I really believe that. And that's why I'm here. But I have to be honest with you, individual people, not always my favorite. I'm not the smartest guy ever, and I know that. But there are some people, man, some people are just so dumb. I don't even know if they're actually conscious. Sometimes I think their whole lives might be like a dream. They're just stumbling around, no idea what's going on, mumbling some random nonsense. And the thing that you have to understand about our time period is that a lot of these people wield enormous power. They run whole countries and corporations. Yeah, that's right. We've handed over our civilization to people I wouldn't trust to tie their own shoelaces. And if they're dumb, then what are we? I don't honestly have an answer to that, so just please try to do better.
Trevor's not exactly gonna be winning hearts and minds, but, you know, it is interesting. He's not exactly giving Alexandra Drennan here. He's not the makings of a new religious movement. Now I'm trying to ignore the Skyrim compass to a certain extent, so I can find the crazy shit on my own. Hello, Straton.
Let us consider the city. What is a city? It is not a gift from the gods, nor the product of nature. Unlike a mountain or a river, it is something that must be built through the deliberate arrangements of material by a mind imposing order on the world. And it is built to serve a purpose. To that end, it has roads and fountains and walls. And to the same end, it has laws and leaders. And though each city is built according to a different plan, all cities must serve their purpose, or they will fall and become ruins. Therefore, we may conclude that a city is also a kind of machine, constructed to improve the life of its citizens.
Okay, sure. Straton is interesting. I feel as though Lenin and Marx would have had writings about Straton. Lenin reviewed the old Greek philosophers when he was doing his notes on Hegel. He went so far as the guy who said that the world was all fire. He liked that guy possibly the best out of all of them because he thought that was the closest to true dialectics. At the same time, Straton clearly posits some interesting things. So I wonder if any critiques of them by Marx or Lenin would have been on the basis of him going a little bit towards naive eliminative materialism. Perhaps too much for their liking. Because it is a fairly materialist philosophy for a Greek. Rather unlike the Platonic mold. Yeah, ignoring the Skyrim compass gives you a few extra things. Let's put it like that. Here's a mammoth? What am I looking... Why does the mammoth have a stair coming out of its ass? Oh, it's a slide. So we're watching kids play. Oh, okay. Interesting. Why does it have a normal map? What? Okay, I think we've seen the animation to its fullest. Here's a guy. What manner of guy is this? We got an X marks the spot. We got the statue. We've seen the statue, so we know what perspective we need. Got it. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Well, we're just trampling through the woods so far. enough. We found the weird elephant slide. Slide in the form of a pachyderm, called an elephant. Elephants survived the extinction of biological humanity and appear to be thriving in certain parts of the world. Good for them! I would be so happy for them. To be fair, they wouldn't really need us. I wonder if any elephants would handle human bones after we're gone. I don't think we're as close to them. Here's another Lithrasir.
The rotting remains of the old world should fill me with melancholy. Even here on this remote island, our ancestors could not escape their fate. And yet, I find there is something pathetic about these ruins that evokes anger and even contempt. I feel it is a mistake to accept this catastrophe with equanimity. What we see here should offend us. When witnessing this triumph of entropy, we should aspire to a warrior spirit. Even a kind of hate of the past and its failures that will never allow such a thing to happen again.
Interesting. Okay. Hey, busted one. Let's go. Pre-connected, eh? Here's the inverter. Interesting. Let's start with the basic thing. It says fucking Doctor Strange. It's a little bit like that, yes. It's got the strange like. What am I cooking here? I have to get all three of us on the other side of this thing. We've got a window here. So yeah, we can open that. Yeah, no problems. But that's not doing it. Hold on, there's other things we can x-ray around. Reconnected. I think. I got that all wrong. There's this blue, wait, there's this blue thing here. No, you don't. God damn it. Okay. Cool. You got me good. Can't deny that. Okay. Reconnected. Which lamentably means we actually have to think about what the hell we're fucking doing. Yeah. That seems problematic, and it is. But I assure you, ain't seen nothing yet. Cool guy.
I think about New Alexandria all the time. But realizing this place was built on its bones just brings it all back even more. We were so optimistic when we started. So full of ourselves. Thought we could accomplish anything. And then, in one single moment, it was all gone. I remember a flash, and then just lying there, realizing that my legs had melted. I tried to pull myself away from the fire, but the servos in my arms were broken. If Eustathius hadn't found me... Sorry. Just some old scars.
There's so much to discover on this island that sometimes it overwhelms me. Every lake, every forest contains an incredible, interconnected, permanently changing network of organisms. And every one of those organisms is almost infinitely complex and contains other organisms within itself. It seems impossible to ever really grasp, but then, step by step, I do understand. It takes time and effort, but it's not impossible. And there's a lot of joy to be found in simply taking the time to truly study something. I spent 5 years studying a single flower, and it never got boring.
Sounds like Miranda, all right? Backward propagation. Oh, we're doing puns now, too. Sure. We got that up there. Okay, but I don't see the goddamn power. Oh, okay. I see the goddamn power source. Obviously non-functional thing obviously doesn't work. Who could have guessed? Well, shit. Alright. Let's look at what happens. Interesting that that's just open now. most interesting that that's just open now. What you got for me, Byron?
Hey there, 1K.
Tell me about New Alexandria.
We made two fatal mistakes in New Alexandria. One was trusting the texts of our ancestors without thinking for ourselves. The other was giving up instead of doubling down, letting the tragedy define our future.
That's all. Exactly does that go? Hello, Vino. Welcome to the stream. We've gotten our first 2 stars, and I'm following a laser beam around a wetlands. Cat-sitting advice. Pellegrino says, so I'm cat-sitting Yakut's cat, Bruce, and he keeps peeing on my charging pod. Is there anything I can do to prevent this? Atal says, clean it very thoroughly so not a single trace of smell remains. I know it's hard without the ability to smell, but we do have some cleaning agents that should do the trick. Contact me on private if you need a list. Atal says, oh, and make sure Bruce isn't distressed by something. Cats don't like being moved from their territory. Maybe it would be easier if you just moved him back to Yakut's place and fed him there. Yakut says, no, Bruce is just a bastard. He loves peeing on anything electrical, chewing on cables, and generally just breaking stuff. And this is normal, and I warned you, Pellegrino. I could have given him to Neith. She's used to him. Pellegrino says, but he's still fuzzy, and I love him. Ah, cats. They are fuzzy, and we do love them. Sphinx Monument. Yeah. Oh, we can't zoom in. Convenient. Okay, well, I did find statue guy, so maybe we should just do that, because this is a bit of a dead end. An actual, literal dead end. Well, I say that, but no, that's not true. That clearly has something to do with this. There I'm back again, huh? Okay. How about the convenience of this? here's green.
Good solve, 1K.
I guess it was. They do seem to respond when you solve things in a weird way that they didn't expect. Come to think of it, Mina says that's an Emmentaler level cheese. It works. I've been using the thing for a while. Like, it's there for something. Last time they spoke off during a puzzle solve, it was when I used one connector in a puzzle where they gave me two connectors. So I wonder if they don't have like scripted, "Hey, you kind of cheesed this. That's sick." Dialogue lines. But now I also have another question, which is, if I take this, and I take this, and I find a spot where I can get both of them, which is right around here, what happens if I hook an inverter up to that? It freaks out. It doesn't know what to do. Yeah, no, it can't accept green beams, which makes sense. But yeah, I don't know what the purpose of this beam emitter is. So I used it for the best thing that I could, which is finding the most field expedient means to just blow up an entire challenge. Ops wanted some initiative. I blew up their whole quadrant. Okay. Yeah, I got it more or less on the dot. So it's somewhere to the left of this thing. Really would be nice if you could goddamn zoom. this tree isn't here. It's not a perfect 1-to-1, but it's fairly close. The tree line is a little bit fucked. So it's to the left of the second tree. It's to the left of the second pillar, but to the right of this one of these two trees. I want to say it's the tree in the skyline, but I don't know for sure. Okay, well, I'm sure now. There's Byron again. I keep running into Byron. It's blinking. Ah. Okay, Alcatraz is too bummed out to have anything for me.
The wheel turns, but without the road, it cannot move.
Okay. Did they get the Dragon's Dogma 2 Sphinx Lady to do this Sphinx as well? I don't think the timeline lines up for that. Did the Dragon's Dogma 2 people get the Sphinx Lady from this game? For their game? When did Talos Principle 2 come out? What is it with sequels and adding sphinxes? Transpose. Oh, we loved transpose. That's not gonna stop me. Red beam. Meat, also red beam. And this red beam, and this red beam. Yeah, but that's, like I said, not gonna stop me. No longer need the red beam for that. I need the blue beam for this, but it only drops this steel grate. Which implies that now we need to drag the... yeah. we've got the driller. What do we even do that? What do we even use that for? Where's there even a drillable wall in all this? There's a drillable wall. We can maybe port over a jammer, but we need the jammer to open the door, so that wouldn't make much sense to do. We can port over an inverter. Seems a little crazy, but we can do it. Yeah, we need to have the jammer do actually useful things, like keep the door open, so... So yeah, we can swap the locations of objects. That'll break that, which is oh so sad, but... Yeah, no, that's a little tough. That's a little tough. As before. Yeah, we're all good. Places of Longing, Paris. Athelvok made this one, and says, Paris was an ancient city, sometimes called the City of Light. One of the great capitals of the world, home to tradition and innovation alike. It was the birthplace of one of the greatest revolutions in history, the moment that gave birth to modernity in all its glories and horrors alike. The spirit of freedom that was born there, although it was suppressed by enemies and traitors, never entirely faded, and it lived on in the minds of artists for many generations. Maybe something of that spirit still remains in us. Now the real question is he talking about the storming of the Bastille, or is he talking about the Paris Commune? That's the inside baseball. Says waiting for coffee. Nice. Yeah, I don't know what to make of this, frankly. I have this giant beam apparatus, and every one of the 2 stars that I've encountered so far in every map is just blank-ish. Positional interchange, huh? Positional interchange is a fancy way of saying swap places. Okay, well, I mean, that's doable. Okay, and with that in mind, we just, yep. Got it. So what was the plan here, Duffers? We need that. We've got some sort of weird inverter we made up here. That on its own won't work either, will it? No. And we can't jump off from there into anything. Interestingly enough, we can't move either of these two things out of here. Right, that's not going to work, is the impressive and interesting thing about that. But, red herring. Red herring. Of course. Says, ah, clever. Indeed. Yeah, I don't think this one's soft lockable. The amazing doesn't work. The incredible doesn't work. I will say this is definitely a hitbox issue. That would actually work, given the opportunity. Obviously, it would then just careen into this wall and not work again, but you know, that aside. Disregard that. And it says, laser beams do be a bit thick. They do. Well, obviously, if we're going to have a positional interchange, then we're going to have to positionally interchange. end if we're going to positionally interchange. Okay, but the box literally can't possibly connect to that. And it says, unless you have a mirror, no. I mean, a mirror could be a new item. It would fit in very well with these puzzles where the mine has so far only existed as a dream. Literally a dream. Wow, who could have guessed that wouldn't work? Okay, but again, I'm sorry, no. Lena says, unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately, yes. Yeah, we need the double header. Hold a moment. Okay, well, that'd be super sick if and only if it actually worked. But since it doesn't, it's just kind of bullshit. It's just kind of bullshit is the problem with that. Because we do have the third guy, and the third guy can be levitated, and the third guy also has this whole deal going on. We can... It says, it's not quite sick, it just has a running nose. Yeah. We can't do anything with that. That's cool. Another thing we can't do anything with. I mean, we could... No, we can't even B-hop out of it. Hold on. No, not quite. Interesting, but somewhat not relevant. We need to actually get a red beam, which, to be fair, is not impossible. What we would have to do is... Alright. these beams are fucking thick. Holy shit. Thick ass beam. Bowl of oatmeal if I've ever seen one. I have made the bowl of oatmeal perhaps a bit too thick. Yeah, this bowl of oatmeal requires a little bit more lateral movement. Okay. You've got to be shitting me. Okay. I feel as though I haven't gotten it quite wrong, but I very much missed a detail. I think I found the missing detail. I definitely missed a detail, but I found the detail.
I sent the drone to have a look at one of the other puzzle clusters. It seems they remain inert until they're connected. I uploaded the pictures to the log.
Should we check them out with the VTOL?
Let's conserve fuel as much as we can. There's no point in going there if it's all dead.
No, but I wanted to go. Wait, is this thing still on?
The North survey shows me they remain inactive until someone gets there or until the transport system goes online. It says, have coffee. Oh, you solved it? Oh, indeed I did. Ah, here's one of these. It's Al. Al has nothing to say to me. He says, it's a bit of an unintuitive puzzle, but I kind of like it. Yeah, it's interesting. Founding 3, from Hypatia's Journals, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem, Day 42. We broke ground on the first of the permanent structures today, a large hall that will eventually be converted into a performance and exhibition space. My idea. Although for now we'll use it as a workshop. It's strange, this place. There's a lot of open space, and I didn't think that I would find it so unusual. But I suppose we all spent more time at the dam than was originally planned, and now it's difficult to get used to not having that low ceiling over our heads. It's probably just me. Byron loves being outside and is always volunteering for scavenging missions. Lithrazir usually tags along, while he seems more fascinating with observing nature and various weird creatures. At night, I sometimes catch myself standing by the door, not because I have guard duty, just watching the stars. It's oddly comforting to think that they've always been there, that they watched our ancestors standing where I now stand. We got a message fragment from Miranda to 5358. We finished setting up the external site at the lake. The area is so stunning, we forgot about the experiment for a while and went out for a long walk. The ways in which all the different aspects of nature interact with each other are endlessly fascinating to me, and the sheer variety of living things even on a simple green meadow. Sadly, we then stumbled onto the carcass of a deer that had been torn apart by wolves. It must have suffered enormously, and thinking about that made me feel truly terrible. There is so much pain in nature. Ecosystem Engineers by Anthony Castor. Cutting down swathes of trees for their building projects, thoughtlessly causing radical changes to large environments and forcing local species to adapt to their artificial habitats. These are the traits of a species of intelligent, industrious, and extremely impactful ecosystem engineers. Humans? No, I'm talking about beavers. I knew you were going there. Like us, beavers transform their environments by building, and their actions have real consequences, creating vast wetlands that some species thrive in, while others die. Human activity is very similar. We too are ecosystem engineers, and we too benefit some species while harming others. Everything about this is completely natural, including the damage to other species. After all, that's what competition and evolution is all about. Those species that adapt to the ecosystems we create will, over the coming millennia, become the core of a new biodiversity. And so evolution runs its course. If we don't like the result, if we think some species should be preserved despite being outcompeted, well, that's anything but natural. It is, however, very human. Miranda says, it's fascinating how so much of what we do is common in animals, but furthered enormously by our intelligence and our ability to remember. Through us, the universe strives to a greater level of complexity. Failed to load profile. But does the universe have the capacity to strive for anything? We must be careful to avoid projecting human values onto the cosmos. We're back to a sort of ethics of extinction emphasis on what about things are natural versus human. I will say I've seen this argument before, or at least I've heard of this argument being used before, in a book that I haven't read that basically compares human cities to termite mounds as being nature. I don't know why I almost said it natural. That's not how words work, Defers. But natural, rather. Parts of the environment. So, termite mounds would be in there. I will also say that reminded me of a good video that I saw of someone's pet beaver, which is a thing you can have apparently. Whether you should or not is another question. Trying to make a dam out of its toys in the hallway on Christmas, and it was very cute. It is a conscientious creature, would be the way that I would describe it. It is a very considered process. I don't think that works. Do we even want that? Yes, I think we do. It says, thoughtlessly and inadvertently affecting ecosystems and nature is indeed entirely natural. After all, that's exactly how we got oxygen, by some microorganism thoughtlessly spewing it out, and if I recall correctly, driving themselves to extinction. I don't... Well... Just in general, anytime we talk about microbes and extinction, it gets weird de facto, right? At least that's the way I think about it, because it's like... Those little guys, they evolve real quick. They evolve real goddamn quick. Like, in some sense, influenza drives itself to extinction on a fairly regular basis. But that doesn't stop it very much. We usually only think of extinction in timescales that, you know, are different than that. So I wouldn't know if those bacteria truly extincted themselves, or if they... Like, it's just really hard to kill off all of one type of bacteria.
Yes? New Alexandria. What a mess. It was an attempt to start a new city, but it went about as sideways as it goes. Gas explosion, more than 30 dead, unrecoverable. Al was there for the whole thing.
Why would so much tech from New Alexandria be here?
Because the whole place was abandoned. Byron insisted that we had to rebuild, but for the survivors, it was just too traumatic to deal with. So I guess that stuff was just lying around for someone to pick up.
That's all. Iron had the right idea. Well... something like that. Cool sheer rock wall. Oh, we've got the weird flower again.
Every site we've investigated has had one of these labs, but they seem primitive compared to some of the technology we're seeing above ground.
Are we even sure that the labs and the puzzles belong to the same people?
There seems to be a connection between the experimental setups in the labs and some of the puzzle technology.
Correlation does not necessarily imply causation, though.
True. But just because we don't understand the connection, that doesn't mean it's not there. What we have here is two things that reflect each other. We just don't understand how that reflection works or what causes it.
Maybe Miranda can tell us.
Well, that was interesting, but... Oh, what is this? It's very delicious to me. So we got Super Mario's Galaxies, I think. The end draft from Olufemi, Canada, in Grodno 1. After a lifetime dedicated to the written word, I'm faced with a task I could never have expected, writing an epitaph not only for myself but for my species. In the likely event that Alexander Drennan is successful and one day someone reads this, what meaningful insights can I share into this strange phenomenon that is humanity? I've spent days thinking about it, but now I'm running out of time. So I'll set down the one thought that I simply can't shake. It didn't have to be this way. With more time, we could have found a cure. With a few political victories, we could have been prepared. Change any factor, even by a little, and we would have made it. This isn't divine punishment, it's just dumb luck. I'm reaching for something here, but I don't know what it is. Forgiveness? Grace? Acceptance? No, I hate the idea of accepting this. Hope, maybe. I feel like the story is unfinished. Maybe it should be. No epitaphs for humanity. I pray Drennan is right. Miranda says it didn't have to be this way. Failed to load profile says, and yet it was. Failed to load comment. Charon. From 51 Tales by Lord Dunsany. Ooh, Dunsany, rare pull. Charon leaned forward and rode. All things were one with his weariness. It was not with him a matter of years or of centuries, but of wide floods of time and an old heaviness and a pain in the arms that had become for him part of the scheme that the gods had made and was a piece with eternity. If the gods had even sent him a contrary wind, it would have divided all time in his memory into two equal slabs. So gray were all things always where he was that, if any radiance lingered a moment among the dead on the face of such a queen perhaps as Cleopatra, his eyes could not have perceived it. It was strange that the dead nowadays were coming in such numbers. They were coming in thousands where they used to come in 50s. It was neither Charon's duty nor his wont to ponder in his grey soul why these things might be. Charon leaned forward and rode. Then no one came for a while. It was not usual for the gods to send no one down from Earth for such a space, but the gods knew best. Then one man came alone, and the little shade sat shivering on a lonely bench, and the great boat pushed off. Only one passenger, the gods knew best. And great and weary Charon rode on and on beside the little, silent, shivering ghost, and the sound of the river was like a mighty sigh that grief in the beginning had sighed among her sisters, and that could not die like the echoes of human sorrow failing on earthly hills, but was as old as time and the pain in Charon's arms. And the boat from the slow grey river loomed up to the coast of Dis, and the little silent shade, still shivering, stepped ashore, and Charon turned the boat to go wearily back to the world. Then the little shadow spoke, that had been a man. I am the last, he said. No one had ever made Charon smile before. No one before had ever made him weep. Miranda says there is an obvious and perhaps intended interpretation, that this is the end of humanity and the last shadow is the last human to live. But another interpretation is equally possible, that humanity has achieved immortality and the last shadow is the last human to die. I prefer the latter. Yeah, but Dunsany would have been around. I forget if Dunsany was around. I know that Dunsany was a big inspiration to Lovecraft, but I don't remember if Dunsany was active around the time of World War I or if that was a little bit past his time. Because it's like the thousands versus the 50s is definitely what I would describe as, oh yeah, somebody's thinking about Maxim guns. Progress notes from C5358, trial version 0.08 unsuccessful. Same problem as with trial 108, repeated all calculations, 7479, same result, weird. Experiment modified to gain further insights into unexpected error, inconsistent results. Simultaneous trials affecting each other by unknown mechanism? What is going on here? Nina says she does say that the other interpretation is probably intended. Yeah. Oh, we got a molecule. No, we got an atom. What the fuck am I talking about? Oh, you know those orbitals that go around fucking molecules. What the fuck, Deppers? Holy shit. says technically it's a molecule of a noble gas. Don't count the electrons to confirm that theory. Fair enough. Here's the motor spinning. Okay. Hidden. Okay. This is speaking of atoms. I really like the names of elements that end in gen and their meanings. And it always reminds me of the uncleftish beholding, where they're all translated as various stuff. Interesting. I'm not sure what you mean by uncleftish beholding, though. Not familiar with that one. So we need two guys. This is two guys. Two guys, but we can't use this for anything. Hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen. For a moment, I literally was about to say aloud helium, and then I was like, wait, what the fuck? That's interesting. Nina says, oh, you forgot. It's a translation of atomic theory into English. A variety of English with words of purely Germanic origin. Ah. To be fair, I think that their helium is translated as sun stuff, so I guess it one-ups the regular element names in that regard. I mean, sun stuff is a pretty good name, though. It's pretty solid. I like that. That. I don't know why it's like pipe falling MP3 levels of fucking loud. Says it's a common jump scare. It's fucking violent. Jesus. We have gotten two guys. Okay. The garden, new poem. I walk in the garden without fear. Stars swirl across the sky, and I stand among the tall lilies who lift their faces to the passing eons. Here I will do no harm, and no harm will come to me. For at last my long journey is over, and I am at home. Beautiful, makes me feel calm and happy. This is my new favorite of yours, I think, although maybe step by step toward nightingales might still win out. Let's say it's a tie. Ornia says, the words are definitely beautiful, but to me it seems like a poem about death. I don't think our journey is over. Maybe it will never be over. Ornia says, that's my greatest dream. That all this is just a momentary stop, a place where we rest for a little while before we go on great new adventures. Mesh says, interesting. I always thought of humanity's journey as long and exhausting, a search for a home. Byron says, homes are important, but we are wanderers, Mesh. We need new horizons. And the more we travel, the more we perceive our homes with new eyes and find more to love. Wow, a response from Byron himself, says Libistros. Mesh says, thank you for your thoughts, everyone. I really appreciate them. Yeah, it's interesting, because while I understand... I don't mean to CinemaSins the plot too much or anything like that. While I understand the thesis of New Jerusalem as a sort of place for stasis, given prior ecological catastrophes, which are in reality a sublimation of the trauma that happened in New Alexandria, you know, I'm reminded of David Harvey's, the late David Harvey's research into human nomadic activity. And it seems like humans wandered a lot seasonally, you know? And they managed to do it in ways that didn't impact the environment. So I find it interesting. I mean, to be fair, it could be because of the fragmentary nature of the archive, that it's sort of placed as this dichotomy between exploring and a sort of parochialism. What does the lever do besides this, exactly? Okay, but I need the inverter, so... And there's this window. There's this goddamn window. Oh, that's even cooler. What? Yeah, that's bound to happen. Yeah, that's not going to work. I'm fairly certain that's not going to work. Yeah. But you know what could work? What the fuck am I talking about? What could work, exactly? I need the blue beam to open that. So we've got that going on. There's just one problem with that concept. Also, all three of these, I mean, two out of three of these should be white, so. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. So if we can just get that open. But if we get that open, that closes, so that's cool. Right? Weird concept, I know. So yeah, the logic on these inverters is a little wacky, but it seems to hang together. It builds off the strength mechanic and beam sources. Oh, we do these in reverse order almost every single time. Inversion. Yeah, it's a good thing we're learning about this mechanic, otherwise I never would have figured it out. says you just do them in a Defresian order. This is true. Huh. Well, maybe I do need this tutorial because it does seem like I'm missing something. Ah. So the only thing that's left is figuring out what the actual intended use of that beam exactly was. Because to this day, I still have zilch idea.
When we go to New Jerusalem, I'm going to have a cat. He's going to be black and white, and his name is going to be Bean. And I'm going to make sure that he never gets sick, and he never gets old, and he'll be my best friend forever.
Interesting. Energy maintenance, huh? That's an interesting one. We need to bring the, yeah, we need to bring the guy over here. Okay. That should be more than possible. We need to bring two guy over here. Got it. Okay. Cool. Where'd the little magic guy go? That away, huh? Well, I'd better go find the directory, because I missed that shit. It says rolls up sleeves, pushes glasses up, cracks knuckles. In a Defersian sense. No, we can't be doing this. We can't be doing this. Oh god. Okay. So we're a quarter of the way through. That's That's better than none of the way through. Okay, anyways. That's really funny. Okay. All that's cool, and I'm gonna go in there, but what is the fucking point of that one? What am I missing here? Where else can I see that light beam from? We have to scour all the sight lines. We have to collect every enzyme. Vino likes the bridge building song, which to be fair is cool and determined sounding. It says, it ends when you finish and pass the last bridge section, so I would sometimes finish it and then just stand there for minutes. That makes sense. Now, the door is not yet open. This is the one that I did unlock, though, I think. Right? Yeah. This one's grayed out. So yeah, I don't know what the point of the light puzzle is, besides just creating an alternate solution for you to be extra clever about. Nothing with Melville here. Okay. Says, do you want a hint? I mean, sure, because I I don't know. I don't even know what I don't know. I don't know what it's there for. Alcatraz has got nothing. And it says there's another statue. I mean, there's the second guy, the star guy. Of course, there's another statue. You know, asks, did you do both statues? No, I have not been doing the second ones on the basis that I didn't know what the fuck they were asking, because they're just like a plaque. Here, I'll show you what I found, as it were. Okay, here's. Hello. Okay. Yeah. So there's this thing, and this thing is common to every second star plaque in every zone I've been into so far. Fuck me. Okay. Got it. I don't know if every single one of them that is like that has a plug. Shit. Here's that slide again. That's not gonna work. Okay, well, the statue's presence seems to indicate that we need to exfiltrate a beam splitter. Or find one in the wilderness, which is like a square kilometer in size. So there's the box, there's the blue beam. Okay, but if there's the blue beam there, then, I guess in theory we could shoot a red beam out of the other one. I mean, that raises a lot of questions. We definitely need to exfil a beam splitter. Yakut's got nothing for me. Yeah, I don't know how beam propagators work on this one, but I guess I'll find out in short order. So the options are either we exfil an inverter and a beam splitter, or we just exfil and a beam splitter. We don't know which we need. However, we could also just exfil a connector instead. All that would require is go in this motherfucker, right? So we don't exfil a beam splitter there, we just disconnect it and we're good. But then we need to find a way to exfil a connector instead, which is easier said than done, but by no means impossible. Alright, backward propagation, thank you for your contribution. But we don't need that. What we need, if anything, is a connector. Maybe, I don't know. Because that seems plausible, right? It seems plausible that that would be the intended way. Any other way would require me to get view of a red beam and of the statue. There's even a place where there's no trees where you're supposed to get the beam splitter. Now you can see from here where they want you to put it. So we just need to find the beam splitter. How the fuck? Yes, yes, hidden. How the fuck? Asked and answered, I guess. Yeah, yep. Yeah, asked and answered. First star that I've gotten of this type.
When the first man picked up the first stone, he did not do so to forge a tool. He did so to smite his brother.
When the first man picked up the first paper, he did it to roll the first one. I got that. I got nothing. Fuck me for saying that. This is Pandora, ever the optimist. Yeah. Alright, up we goes.
When the craftsman Daedalus was imprisoned in the very labyrinth he had created, his only solace was his son, Icarus. To escape their plight, he fashioned wings of feathers and wax. He warned his son to fly neither too high nor too low. But his son, enraptured by the freedom of flight, flew too close to the sun. Thus the wax in his wings melted, and he fell to his death. What was the sun's error?
Hubris, carelessness, lawlessness, disobedience, impatience, idiocy. The wings were made from wax, I mean, come on. He did not use his wings correctly, or if he wanted to soar so high, he should have built better wings.
What matters the substance of his wings, if the sky was not meant for him? After the death of his son, Daedalus withdrew in sorrow to a foreign land. King Minos came looking for the craftsman to exact his revenge. The answer to a riddle revealed where Daedalus dwelled. But for Minos, that answer was his ruin. Consider King Minos, burned in his bath, as you seek your own answer.
The megastructure. It's opening.
3 receivers, 3 towers, 3 beams, as we suspected. I think this is an invitation.
Doesn't look that inviting to me.
If you consider the size of the entire structure, then that opening must be big enough to drive a building through.
Or the VTOL.
You want us to go in there, into the creepy triangular maw of death?
Maw of death? I think it looks charming. To quote 1K, come on, Al, live a little.
Byron's right. We're here to explore, and this is a mystery worth investigating. This technology could change everything.
Oh, all right. I'm not winning this, am I?
Nope. Let's meet up with the VTOL, everybody. We're going in.
Nope. Normal. Alright, well, I hope that people's dialogue options aren't region-specific. I've tried to be diligent about that. They want me to travel to Megastructure, but I'm not feeling Megastructure. I'm feeling traveling to East 2 real quick. I have questions. Yeah, return to the VTOL, but you gotta let me do my thing. Also, the Wooded Plateau is sunnier than last time. Very sunny, what the... Well, shit. Gamers never look up. We got another green beam. Alright. Got it. Head away from the Sphinx. Back up. Oh, I bet. Okay, so by and large, we still need to actually do this, I see. Oh, okay. So far, these stars are much easier than the last ones. So far. I can imagine later stars might require you to, do more complicated things with light beams. But it took me a while to figure these out anyway, so... There's the statue at. The real question is, can we fire at the statue from... Yes. There's a clear cut, so clearly.
The hunter does not hunt because he is hungry. He hunts because he revels in death.
No, I'm pretty sure he's hungry too. I'm pretty sure he's hungry too. What the fuck are you talking about? Hold on. Venus says, ever the optimist. Good lord. Alright, and here is Grassland's Ring. New. And it says, oh, you did get 1 star there. Yeah, I understand. I found the guy. I needed to come back here and use the Skyrim compass to actually get a full lay of the land. Once I did, wasn't too hard. Yeah, it took me a little bit. I didn't realize until much later that I'd basically neglected an entire wing of the lake, which incidentally happens to be where things go. You know, it says Spark Chasing Song is also good. Yes, it was very gamer. Okay. Well, ain't this a change of pace? So yes, as usual, it's the green beam. I don't know if it'll be a green beam forever. We have earned so many fires. It could be, potentially, that we just need a good sightline from one of the maps, and that's why the endless stream of levels is not relevant here. I just need something with a good sightline. Such as perhaps this. Well, I don't know about good sightline, but it's got a sightline, maybe, potentially. Even if it didn't. Come on, you Yoda-eared. Oh. Listen, don't think too hard about what you just saw me do there. Venus says, we saw nothing. Yes.
False idols are worshipped not because they are idols, but because they are false. True idols are rejected because the truth is feared.
True idols. Fascinating. There's only one religion that I know of that has a concept of idolatry as a negative thing that also believes in the veneration of images. That is Hermeticism. It died out. True idols. Concrete louvers, my beloved. You know, says an eye, a doll, and a tree walk into a bar. The barman is for some reason Hermes Trismegistus. Oh, these temporal effects on the lighting with the ray trace, they get a little weird. Only for a little bit, but I notice. Alright. Now, let's go to Megastructure.
By the way, I finished my analysis of the particle clouds. At first I thought they might be some kind of nanotechnology, but I was wrong. It's a lot worse than that. What we're looking at is a completely unknown type and state of matter. Completely inexplicable within our understanding of physics. Created and manipulated by someone.
Fascinating.
Oh, cool. Alright, well, let's see what's in the astrological temple now. Okay, so the Golden Gate does not open yet. Is this the astrological temple? I don't think it is. It's the only thing on the minimap, aside from this. No, that's the astrological temple. Press E to release stars, I guess. Well, we sure did do that. Congrats, everybody. Says you done did it. Oh, indeed. Now, let's go in the megastructure. It occurs to me that we've just seen one side of the megastructure, and there's 4 sides to this Bass Pro Shop. So...
Come on, people, get on board. We haven't got all day. Yakut, take us in.
Aye, aye, sir.
Please
Have
avoid
any
the
of you ever
beams.
read an ancient writer called Ian Banks? I guess not. He postulated the concept of the outside context problem. That's when a society encounters something so advanced, so different, that they simply could not have conceived of it. That's what this is. This whole place is one giant outside context problem. And we're headed right into it.
Oh, these lighting transitions with ray trace graphics, they're very
I
bizarre
think I
to
can
me.
set down over there. Should I?
Please do. I can't wait to get a closer look.
Well, I see oxidation. So whatever esoteric bullshit this is all made of, it
Setting
rusts.
Okay, everyone. We need to explore as much as we can, separately if need be, but stay in touch. Record anything interesting you find, and pay special attention to any clues as to who built this place and why.
The schematics we found in that lab were extremely incomplete. So if you can find any more of those, that would be great.
I think someone should stay at the VTOL just in case.
I volunteer you. See you later, Al.
Oh, they running. Oh, we running. How did they predict what humanoid robots would run like? Because boy, they sure do run like this. Have you seen the humanoid robot herding the boars in Poland yet? This is what he looked like. Says Mr. Palm Reader in there.
Isn't this an incredible space? Look at it all, it's beautiful.
I agree.
That's good, that's excellent. I find that a lot of people these days can't see the beauty in things created by human hand. They can look at an ant colony or a coral reef and be impressed, but if it was made by humans, they just don't see it. It's good to be humble as an individual, but we have to be careful not to lose track of our accomplishments as a species. If we're impressed by the complex patterns produced by animals, then this should be breathtaking.
It's round. Yeah, I do like it. I do like it when orbed. Anyways, let's see if we can find the palm reader that I missed. Maybe over here? No. No, not over here, I don't think. There's that. Let's see if we can find the palm reader. Yep, that'll do it. Chernyshevsky. On loyalty from Chernyshevsky, location number 2. From Arkady Chernyshevsky's In Our Likeness, Essays on Humankind Reaching Adulthood. What I propose then is that we are not born as entirely free agents responsible for ourselves. The very core of what we are, our sentience, separates us from and elevates us above the animal kingdom. As I have argued, this is not a matter of arrogance, but of responsibility. However, this blessing also demands something else from us, something more personal than responsibility, and that is loyalty. Our ancestors, less atomized than we are, experienced a crude version of this loyalty, swearing allegiance to tribes, races, nations, and other such semi-fictional concepts. This fragmented understanding was easily exploited and led to many conflicts. We can condemn them for that, or we can choose to believe that these were necessary historical steps toward our growth. But above all, we must stop indulging in such childlike behavior. Our species can no longer afford to believe in Mother Russia or Uncle Sam. Neither, however, can we afford to indulge in the adolescent rebel's misanthropy, rejecting the many gifts we have been lucky enough to receive, not from above, but from the history of our species. To put it simply, each of us owes a burden of loyalty to humanity itself, to the human project across time and space. This is not a minor matter or some abstract issue for philosophers. It is a profound and significant part of every human life. It is a universal source of meaning and insight that can bind us together and set us on a path for a brighter future. And it is also a division, a line that must held against those who preach the gospel of self-annihilation. We ignore it at our peril. Chernyshevsky, like Drennan, stood by his belief to the bitter end. Without him, the archive would not exist. As we owe humanity our loyalty, so we owe a more personal debt to those individuals who gave everything for our story to continue. I wonder, like, we sequenced the human genome before the last millennium closed, didn't we? No, not quite. It took in the beginning of the new millennium. But we were sequencing that sumbitch even before the millennium closed. Which begs a question to me. Which is, if you were making the archives...
This thing seems to be broken.
Would you not make 17 million copies of the human genome? It's only like 3 or 4 terabytes, right? I'd get like 5,000 different people's DNA
Hold on a second,
genomes
1K.
sequence.
I think I can find an override for that door.
Maybe after that, you can help me with this elevator?
One problem at a time. What's going on with these file structures? Okay, door should be opening. Now, about the elevator.
Actually, the elevator's fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. No idea where I am, but it's working.
Don't go too far. Try to circle back.
On it.
And we've got another spam bot. You know, it says that's in another game. Because it's like, if I was Chernyshevsky and I had Drennan in my giant cenotaph to humanity, I'd leave like a couple post-it notes being like, hey, can you guys do anything with these genome sequences? The robot people of Talos Principle are so loyal to humanity, in fact, that they
Hey, 1K, can we talk for a second? That whole thing with the elevator just gave me the creeps.
Sure, what's up?
When we first arrived here, I was really excited. It's such a huge place. The technology is so advanced. If we figure out what it all means, we could really change the future of New Jerusalem. The mayor says we have to avoid repeating the mistakes our ancestors made, to stay humble, to not reach too far. And that sounds very abstract, but I've seen the ancient cities. I've seen how much they built, how much they grew, how far they fell. So I've been thinking, what if all this sets us on the same path? What if this is too much power for anyone to control?
I don't think what went wrong with our ancestors was too much power. Yeah, for one. The mayor's premise is wrong. He's assuming history can only develop in one way.
So you mean we can do what our ancestors did, but it'll turn out differently this time?
Yes, we can make different choices. It says, by the way, you can middle click to get the dialogue history if you ever need to revisit what somebody exactly said. Interesting. Okay. We can make
You're
different
right.
choices.
The ability to choose was the whole point of the simulation. I do get too pessimistic sometimes. Maybe I've spent too much time looking at ruins. There's so much we could learn here. I should focus on that. Thanks for talking to me, 1K. I know we're in the middle of something, but I kind of needed that.
No worries. It's the guy. Why are you coming this way now? Says, "Do be the guy indeed."
Looks like another set of puzzles. Same pattern, 1 gate, 3 receivers. Like some sort of fractal symmetry.
Well, that's very cool. I can't see your drone, I can only hear your drone. It says, I think his drone went invisible. It happens sometimes. That seems likely. Okay, I mean, it's cool. But clearly we need to find the other spots. Okay, but here's just the guy again. Try not to fall and slip and die. I don't know if I can make that jump. Even if I could, it's not clear that that would be the way back. That's dangerous. Okay, Melville's still jammed right onto the thing. Elevator works, but we can't get on it. I missing something here? Yes. It says no bridge song. It's true. Activate 3 beams. Alright, I can do that. There's no stars here. Which one could I possibly pick? What do you mean? And it says you have to step on the final cube to complete the bridge. I see. Weird, but alright. All we can do for now, so far as I can see. Okay.
I wonder how far down this goes. Try not to get jump scared. Weird. But it's a lever. The mission objective is to just get one blue beam over there. Yeah, it was going to be too straightforward to play out that way.
If we could move the box over, that might do it. But I'm not sure we can move the box over. Oh, we could climb either side of this. That's cool. Which means we don't actually need that. We don't need that open at all. Like, it's simply not necessary. Invisible VTOL, I guess. Or not a VTOL. Take the hexahedron. It won't matter. Okay.
Good job, 1K.
Maybe it really is as simple as there is a way to get over there, and I'm just too thick to get it yet. Well, we need the red. No. No, no. No, no, no. We need something that we don't have. If we had a jammer from out there, we could do it, sure. But I literally don't think there exists an angle to grab that, which implies that you definitely need to... I almost just threw my ass off. well, let's tool around over... Oh, okay, that might do it.
I keep getting locked out of parts of the system. I think I've tracked down some more schematics, though. Let's see. This might do something. Or not.
Oh, that's a neat one, huh? This looks like a door, but isn't one. Okay, yeah, sure. Don't worry, we'll get that rearranged and it'll be fine, probably. It's pretty.
Well done.
Even Alcatraz is hyped. How risky is this? superlatively risky, actually. Well, the game certainly didn't think we would be able to find our way in here. You know, it says amazing. I suppose so, huh? Okay, well. Hold X to reset. We don't know how far back it'll go. They'll go back to this one. The bridge is already active, thankfully. You know, it says this truly is the Talos experience in a Defersian sense. I have the powerful technique to just completely fuck anything up you've ever seen. Not many have this remarkable ability. God. Alright. Yeah, this lever's already been pulled. Alright, so let's keep making bridges, I guess.
This is madness. Even the walls are bursting with power.
I just think that's extremely not a normal noise. Okay. So no, contrary to my belief, you've got to be able to. You've got to be able to. Right. Fuck's sake, that was easy. Nino asks, what noise? The weird hissing noise from a
The gate's
phantasm
open.
or a specter.
1K if you want to. Go ahead. I'll finish up scanning this.
In we go. There's crickets in here. That's just the other part of this. There's a lot of water. Question from Miranda to in name of 3 to a really long string. I was doing some reading while the last trial was running, and I came across something I don't understand. There are a lot of references to ancient humans feeling that science is boring. To me, everything we're studying is mind-bendingly incredible, whether it's quark-gluon deconfinement or neutrino-antineutrino oscillations, or even something incredibly basic like the properties of light. I understand why our ancestors cared about art, why a beautifully crafted story or poem was moving to them, but how can they not see that everything that surrounds us is just as incredible? Studying science is like studying the most incredible machine ever created, a machine designed to build worlds and tell stories. How could they not see that? I'm sure there's a good explanation, but I don't get it. God damn it, I pulled my headphone jack out. Hold on. Wow. Yup. There we go. Mostly because the pedagogy's bad. Time for overload. Yeah, that'll be good. That's good for you.
Mother? What are you thinking about, Mother?
The Talos principle. You see, it has two applications. One is to the self. It means facing the truth even if it frightens us. Understanding that living beings are machines and we can't afford to lie to ourselves. But that's just the beginning. The second application is to the world. This one seems easier at first. It's less difficult to understand that the universe is a machine, governed by laws.
So we and the universe are the same?
No, and that's the crucial part. We are conscious. Consciousness is rare, unlikely, but it's also the foundation of everything else. Without us, there can be no meaning. Without someone to perceive it, the beauty of the universe is pointless.
Oh, hey,
but
this
that
is
shouldn't make
actually
us
the
arrogant.
model from the last
No,
one.
in fact, it means we carry a tremendous responsibility. We are the light of the cosmos. And if we go out, there will be nothing but a cold, dark machine.
Huh. The human form divine.
Athena? The founder was here?
She could still be here. What if this is why she left, to build all this? We have to look for her.
I'm reading some pretty big energy spikes. I think we better scramble.
But she could be right here, right behind the next door. I could turn around a corner and walk right into her.
If she's really here, she'll still be here when we come back. But right now, safety needs to come first. Let's go, Byron.
You're... Oh. Damn you, but you're right. Heading back.
Alright. Well, we found Athena, so that's gonna scramble everything. Even Hermanubis is gonna be wondering now, I think.
Was that really the founder?
I think so.
It was her. For years, I've wondered what happened to her, why she left, where she went, why she didn't tell me.
If the answers are here, I promise you we'll find them. We just have to be careful. Follow protocol.
I still can't believe the founder built this place. Has she been here the whole time?
We don't know that she actually built it. All we know for sure is that she was here at some point.
Of course she built this. Who else would have the kind of vision necessary to accomplish something like this? The question is why? And why like this? Why recreate all these aspects of the simulation? What is she trying to tell us?
It does seem like it might be a test. I can't imagine any other explanation. But why is it so broken? Or does it just appear to be broken so that we have to learn how to fix it? I hate this.
Well, I know one thing for sure. Everyone in New Jerusalem is gonna go absolutely nuts.
Rust. Tennyson. Ulysses. How dull it is to pause to make an end, to rust unburnished, not to shine in use, as though to breathe were life, life piled on life were all too little, and of one to me little remains. But every hour is saved from that eternal silence, something more, a bringer of new things, and vile it were for some 3 suns to store and hoard myself, and this grey spirit yearning and desire to follow knowledge like a sinking star, beyond the utmost bound of human thought.
All right, take us back to base camp, Yakut.
Yes, sir. I'm getting some new readings. Looks like 2 of the northern sites are lighting up.
I think that may have been me. I suspect the puzzles are somehow tied to the transport system, like we're supposed to solve them in a particular order.
Our main objective is getting back into the megastructure. 1K, I want you on puzzles. You seem to have a knack for them. But the rest of us can't neglect our secondary objectives of studying this island and understanding this technology.
I want you on puzzles. Your job is puzzles. I want to see you maximum quizzical. You know, it says we found her. We did found her. Alright, well. You know, it says puzzle maxing. Yes, yes indeed. We're loading. We got Desolate Island and Flooded Valley. Oh, Flooded Valley. That sounds like a nightmare. A remote rocky island off the northwestern coast. Survey data suggests the area may be prone to landslides. Prone to landslides?
You should be headed towards an island off the northern coast. The terrain's pretty rough, so be careful.
The island has another island attached to it.
Yes, it has several, actually.
How irritating.
What?
Melville's grumpy. Oh god. This island weird as fuck. Mino says, I like Melville. I like Melville too. She's pretty good. Alright. Well, we're gonna have to lift ourselves up out. Got it. Oh shit. Welcome to the fucking Halo PvP map. What the fuck? This is I like getting irritated by an island having a smaller island next to it is a special kind of energy. It is. We can't do that. Yeah, no, I know we don't have the tetrominoes. I understand. Oh, this one's gonna be fun, isn't it? Sprite chase. Okay. Alright, little guy. Where'd you go? No, but for real, where the fuck did you go? Goodbye, sprite music. You were a banger while you lasted. But you did not last, because I fucking lost sight of you immediately. And it says, don't worry, you'll find him eventually. You sure will. Well, he went that way then. He juked me and I assumed. There's grass by the snow. Well, there's where we have to bring him. It's just, he's a little guy, and he's very rambunctious, so we don't know where he went. Hi, Alcatraz.
Everything okay?
Yeah? Did you know the founder?
I sure did. Not as well as Byron, but she was still around when I was born. I remember she came and talked to me after New Alexandria, told me how sorry she was. I never blamed her for that. It wasn't her responsibility.
What was New Jerusalem like when you were born?
A lot busier than it is now. My most defining memory is that it was extremely noisy, because something was always being built. Got annoying after a while.
Tell me about New Alexandria.
For some reason, we'd convinced ourselves that New Jerusalem wasn't enough, that we needed another city. We thought it would be easier the second time around. All it takes is a little bit of arrogance and a little bit of ignorance, and people die.
That's all. Sorry to keep dredging up your past trauma, buddy. It's just... Okay, W. East was like, ah, fuck that track. We got a new one. Yeah, so let me guess. The sprite is not here. Alright. Go the other way. Well, let's read the guy. On Cornelius. Okay. From the personal reminiscences of Mitku 166. There's some people whose true importance you just don't notice at first. People who quietly hold things together without making a big deal of it. That's what Cornelius was. Always by Athena's side, he calmly and carefully helped us all stay on track, reminding us of our shared humanity and the values that had brought us this far. I cannot imagine how painful it must have been when Athena left him behind. When he went on his so-called research expedition, most people thought he went looking for her. To be honest, I thought he might never come back, and I was surprised when he finally did. I still don't understand how she could leave him. They seemed to love each other so deeply. After he returned, Cornelius was different. He founded the Museum of the Simulation and very rarely left its premises. The archive scholars doted on him, but he walled himself off, becoming almost as much of a recluse as Eustathius. And only then did I slowly understand how much the city had lost. More William Blake from 5358. Theriel XT. God appears and God is light to those poor souls who dwell in night. But does a human form display to those who dwell in realms of day? The Prime Mover, from Considerations by Eustathius II. While it is hard, from our vantage point, to truly believe in any of the ancient religions, I must admit that I have come to believe in the existence of a Prime Mover. Not a designer as such, certainly not an interventionist god, but some force that set the universe itself into motion. I do not know if it's possible for us to ever truly understand this being, since it must by definition exist outside our understanding of reality, but I do believe that it exists. Does it look upon us with love? Are we entertainment, perhaps? Does it preserve some memory of us when we die? All of this I cannot answer, but I do not disbelieve those who honestly speak of having experienced some manner of brief communion with this entity. It's simply too common an experience in human history to easily discount. As the motion of the universe proceeds from the Big Bang, so whatever force animates us, whatever constitutes the true foundation of consciousness, proceeds from the prime mover. Miranda asks, "What do you think about this, Mother?" Athena says, "I don't believe in any kind of prime mover, but I thought you should read it, because Eustathius is an intelligent person, and he came to this conclusion after a great deal of thought. It's important to respectfully consider points of view we don't agree with." I think Eustathius is the mystic. On modernity. From the Book of Annotated Internet Comments by Eustathius. If modernity is so great, why is everyone so fundamentally disappointed with the world? Why do we sigh with pleasure at the sight of old houses, but feel nothing but depressed and alienated by skyscrapers? Why do we yearn for lush forests and wide plains, not narrow canyons between buildings? 5358. If we love all this technology so much, why is our idea of happiness to get away from it? Could it be that progress is just a story we tell ourselves to justify why we allow ourselves to be dominated by this inhumanity and older forms of living have something to offer? It seems that many of us share this desire to immerse ourselves in nature. Though we are ourselves entirely technological beings, we enjoy and value the Earth's diverse and unpredictable biosphere. But does that mean that progress is just a narrative, as this ancient commenter suggests, or does it mean that technological progression and a love for the natural world are not in fact mutually exclusive? And yet if this person was left on his own somewhere in the wilderness, he would feel nothing but terror. The appreciation of nature is rooted in the experience of civilization, of safety. Athena says, "True, but he's still right. So much of what our ancestors created in their last years was alienated to the majority of people." Then the question isn't one of modernity, but of control. Yeah, that's fairly common. Hello, Miranda.
If we believe that life is inherently valuable, if we think that other species are worth preserving, and we recognize that most of the universe is barren, then it follows that we have a duty not only to defend life, but to spread it. If life is the most valuable thing in the universe, then perhaps, in a sense, the cosmos itself is depending on us to do this. Like birds carrying seeds to uninhabited islands. Maybe that's our role in the galactic ecology.
Hey there, 1K.
Hey there. I noticed that Miranda called Athena her mother.
She did, yes.
Is that usual?
Some people in New Jerusalem choose to live in family units, although usually that involves marriage or equivalent ceremonies, not having children. You could say that Athena was a kind of mother to us, and Cornelius a kind of father, but it's not quite the same.
Do you think the megastructure technology could be misused?
Could be? Yes, of course. All technology has the potential to be misused, from fire and the wheel to whatever makes these particle clouds. But that doesn't mean it has to be.
What are the implications of Melville's analysis of the particle clouds?
Athena was always trying to understand the reality underneath what we perceive, the objective truth. That's why she was capable of leaving the simulation. And even after she was free, she never stopped trying to understand more. I suspect her research took her another step closer to understanding the truth. And such steps always challenge our conception of the universe. But that's the wonderful thing about science. We can adapt our views to the evidence.
How did Mayor Hermanubis get elected?
Herman? Honestly, I think he makes people feel safe. The world beyond our walls is frightening. Human history is full of failures and disasters. It's easy to look at that and recoil. Herman offers a vision of the future that feels contained, manageable.
What do we sacrifice to gain that safety?
Precisely. Our curiosity, our creativity, our ability to grow. Everything that made us who we are. To me, that's not worth it.
Why do you believe, well, technology isn't the problem. Yeah, sure, I'll ask.
Because they refused to grow up. They refused to take control of their lives. They let bureaucrats and financiers determine their destiny, and those people could not think beyond themselves, beyond the tiny, insignificant moment they were trapped in. Their technology could have saved them, but what really failed them was their imagination.
Fair enough. Don't disagree. Why do you believe that there should be more people?
I think every single human being is completely unique, and every instance of consciousness is a miracle. The more of us there are, the more alive the universe is. And the more we all interact with each other, the more complex the life of the universe becomes. So I believe that people are a fundamental good. I don't believe we're all flawless, but I think every one of us matters precisely because nothing else does.
Does your faith in humanity ever waver?
In the principle of it, no. It's not just that I believe humanity is fundamentally good, although I do. It's that I think sentience is the foundation of everything else. What's the point of stars and galaxies, of hills and forests, without someone to perceive them? But my faith that we can actually grow up, that we can break out of these loops and take control of our destiny, that's something I struggle with every single day.
Fair enough. Do you believe in the existence of
In the sense of an interventionist deity? No. I wouldn't rule out the possibility, but it's not something I personally believe. But I do think there is something genuinely sublime in this universe, and it's right in front of us. Consciousness. The fact that this sense of self is even possible, that an arrangement of matter can produce a self-aware mind? Think about it. It's a fundamental property of the universe, an unbreakable law that matter has the inherent capacity to become more than the sum of its parts. That is the definition of transcendence.
What if Athena left the island long ago?
Then at least we may be able to find out what happened in New Jerusalem, why she came here. But I don't think she left the island. I think she's still here, waiting for us to make the right choices.
Okay. What makes you think of that?
It's hard to articulate. There just seems to be so much intent here. There has to be a reason for all this. And Athena is the only reason that makes sense.
Tell me a joke.
Okay. How many robots does it take to change a light bulb?
I don't know how many.
Replacing a light bulb is a waste of resources, and the founder would be outraged.
That's not bad.
Herman didn't seem to think so.
Thanks, that's all. No social media, which is interesting. It says rambunctious is a good word. I agree. An ant trying to make sense of a nuclear power plant. An armadillo trying to explain disco. Contradict every known law of physics. That's a lot of them. From the degree to which vegetation seems to spread, I would guess the megastructure has been abandoned for a while, although the combination of moisture and heat does create an ideal environment for plant growth. What makes it harder to be sure is that some plants have clearly been placed for decorative purposes, so a lot of what we're seeing may have been spread from there rather than coming in from the outside. It's surprisingly beautiful, but also kind of creepy. I guess. Weird noises, but okay. I mean, they would happen in a place like this. Fair enough. Ah, Sphinx. Hello. So Sphinx gives you a riddle. And the riddle is T-A-C. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. I don't know what to make of that. But yeah, Sphinx gives you a riddle. Prometheus gives you a little wisp. Lino says cat. Right. Even these guys love cats. What the fuck is that? Hello. Okay, that's weird. I guess we can take damage. It says temporary visual glitchiness is the extent of fall damage unless you hit a death plane. I see. Hey, this reminds me of the Kola Super Deep Borehole building.
It's an old saying about how, in the end, the sea will claim everything. I have no doubt that this is true. In the long history of the human species, entire regions have disappeared under the waves.
Doggerland.
Places like Beringia and
Hey!
Doggerland still echo in our cultural memories. But we shouldn't forget that life began in the sea. We are the children of the sea. And it's not through floods and ruin that the sea will claim everything, but through us.
Alright, we got more Chernyshevsky. With alarming frequency, our mythological narratives conceptualize our separation from nature as a fall, a punishment for sinning, a loss of innocence, a decline from a golden age. We believe that a better state of humanity is possible, but insist that this state must be in the past. And yet our historical experience has been the exact opposite. For all the horrors of modern war, and they are considerable, relatively few people today have to suffer the unspeakable agonies that our ancestors went through on a daily basis. It is doubly ironic that we place our golden ages in the past, but very rarely ever consider what life was actually like for the people whose genes we carry. How cold they were, how hungry, how frightened of the cruelty of nature, what unspeakable pains they must have experienced when they were sick or injured, how many of their children had they had to lose, unable to help, begging the heavens for mercy and never receiving an answer. The past is a slowly receding tidal wave of grief, 5358. The battle for human emancipation is not yet won. The path has been far from straightforward, and yet in but a few thousand years we have eliminated a great deal of suffering that before must have seemed unavoidable and eternal. Some still suffer, their lives held ransom by politics and economics, but at least now we know that a better world is truly possible, and it lies in the future. Hypatia's Journal, number 4. Day 132. We had a bit of an incident today. Nothing major, but it still woke us all up. Sun was away from the camp alone, even though we had agreed that we should always go in teams, and she encountered a group of the herbivores that we saw on the first day. Cows, they're called. Apparently our ancestors kept them as livestock. Eustathius says they squeezed them for liquid, but I find that hard to believe, but I digress. Sun encountered a herd, and just as predicted, the animals were passive at first, friendly even. Sun decided to abandon her survey to study them for a while, which went well until a group of wolves, formerly dogs, the type of pet, entered the clearing, causing a stampede. Sun is alright, only minor scratches to the bodywork and a few torn wires, but it was a close call. I guess we'd gotten a little complacent, a little too comfortable. We'll have to be more careful from now on.
Now, I have to talk science fiction for a bit because I love science fiction, but it drives me nuts. There's this cliche that shows up over and over, and every time someone uses it, everyone pretends it's really profound. It goes something like this. A scientist invents something good, but, oh no, it's actually really bad. You could have something that makes your life better, but no, you can't. How dare you even want it? That's hubris. That's playing God. And it's never anything that reflects the real world, right? It's never, oh no, you invented a vaccine for cervical cancer. Oh no, you invented a new class of antibiotics. Oh no, you cured malaria. How dare you? Those diseased mosquitoes are way more important than human lives. How did science fiction become so reactionary? You know, if we all thought this way, you guys wouldn't even exist. At least Alex agrees with me. She has good taste.
We got a purple guy, or something. It's a bench. This is, by the way, when I first figured out that you could literally just walk all the way down to the shore, my brain exploded a bit. Crow Team likes to do that. Serious Sam 4 has you climb a mountain if you want to. There's a horde mode and everything. It's a bit fucked up actually. They went too far with it. We've got a swirly thing. Holy shit. From Quentin. Ethereal 1. From Quentin to Athena. Dear Founder, I never got to know you. People tell all these stories about you, and I don't know what to believe. Some people say to ask Cornelius. Others say Cornelius is too blinded by grief. Some say Byron stands for the truth. Others say he's a fanatic and a radical, and we should listen to the mayor. There doesn't seem to be a way of getting a straight answer. Why did you abandon us to this chaos? Why can't you just come back and sort it out? If you're reading these messages, don't you care? 852, from Rodan. To Athena. Dear Founder, thank you for everything you did for us. I'm grateful for the life that I have, which would not exist without you. I hope wherever you are now, you are at peace. Predominant. Okay. Name of Project 5, Athena, Ethereal 1. Version 12 successfully deployed. New labs established to avoid interference for successful duplication of advanced machinery. Okay. Data collection and analysis. Translation, groping in the dark. QFT. Quantum field theory fails to account for this 474. Must rerun trials. Maybe God was just trying to make an apple pie from scratch. Oh, we're Sagan maxing. Okay.
This looks like it has something to do with energy generation. Am I reading this right?
Okay, well, it's the new model bodies. Okay, from Belzerzan to Athena, O great and sacred founder, I believe I have discovered the truth that our so-called leaders have hidden from us. This absurd and sacrilegious goal they have us working towards, this hubristic completion day foolishness, was never your true intent. Even this abomination of a city that calls itself New Jerusalem is a deception. Why would you want us to return to the sinful ways of our ancestors, strangling the living soil with steel and concrete? No, it was when you and the first companions lived humbly amongst the splendors of Gaia, having no need for all of this wasteful ostentation inherited from our weak and decadent ancestors, that you showed us the true path. After all, why would the progenitor have given us such hardy bodies if she had intended for us to live in unearned luxury? From the very first, we were built to be free from pride and material excess. Your teachings have been obscured and perverted by ideologues, worst of all by the traitor Byron, who once was like a son to you. But you should know that there are still those of us who remember the truth and await the blessed day of your return, when surely justice will be meted out and humanity will finally return to its intended path. Hallowed be your name, Belzerzan. Oh, that's great. The shutdown. We assembled on the vast green lawn outside as the reactors began to slowly wind down. The workers were solemn. The activists who had fought against the decommissioning seemed crushed. There was supposed to be speech, but the spokeswoman had lost her notes. Outside, the protesters cheered. My eyes were drawn to the discarded anti-shutdown banners, endlessly reciting the facts. The statistics on mortality per trillion kilowatt hours, lowest of all energy sources. The lifespan of a reactor, 70 more years in our case. Minimal land footprint, almost zero emissions, no intermittency. It became a jumble of words, a litany, almost a kind of glossolalia. As far as the protesters outside were concerned, it might as well be an alien tongue. One thing was clear to them, and that was enough. The technology inside this compound was deeply, inherently wrong. It was a sin. I could not help but think of that moment on August 6, 1945, when the sky erupted above Shima Hospital. My imagination could never fully encompass it. How do you imagine more than 70,000 people annihilated in an instant? An ancestor of mine was in that hospital. He went from being a doctor, a husband, a father, a pacifist stuck in a terrible war, to being a pile of bleached bones covered in rubble, all in a single second. Not by accident, but because of a choice someone made. Not because of a reactor, but because of a bomb. Just 2 days earlier, contradicting his campaign promises, the Prime Minister had suggested that the use of tactical nuclear weapons would be an acceptable risk if the conflict continued. Very few seemed to find this particularly shocking or outrageous. They were afraid of reactors, but not of bombs. The spokeswoman gave up on finding her notes. It was starting to rain, and people were walking away. She grabbed the microphone. By the time you regret this, it'll be too late, she said. But honestly, I don't know if I care anymore. Maybe you have it coming. Miranda says the spokeswoman sounds so bitter. The protesters didn't mean any harm. From their perspective, they were doing good. Athena says, people always think they're doing good when they get collectively outraged. That doesn't make them right. Collective action can change the world when it's deliberate and based in reason, but it can also become a mental trap or a societal pressure valve. The thought-terminating cliché, from error to Miranda. As you continue your reading, there's a useful concept that I would like you to keep in mind. The thought-terminating cliché. This is a type of phrase, often a slogan or a saying, which sounds meaningful, but is really intended to make you stop thinking. To pick an example from our history, someone in the simulation might say things like, it's the will of Elohim, or it serves the process. And that would be that, case closed. Who knows how many iterations never advanced further because they just stopped thinking at that point. Do note, however, that a thought-terminating cliché is not the same as a lie. It may very well contain elements of truth, but those elements are used to keep you from questioning the whole set of assumptions that come with it, which may be partially or totally false. This often takes the form of appealing to something you care about. We must protect X, where X is a nation, a philosophy, public order, or even the planet itself. But while you may agree with that element, all kinds of assumptions may be included about how to protect something, or who to protect it from, or what the end goal of protecting it is. If you stop there, just because you agree with the surface level statement, the results may be the opposite of everything you wanted. Like those who chose to serve Elohim and in so doing prevented him from achieving his true purpose. So we're just not gonna remark on this, huh? Okay, well, we found a triangle base. That's good. Less good is the fact that I can't tell from shit where the fuck the little guy went. Well, this ridge is nice and... yeah. And it says nice and yeah. Pretty much. It gives a lot of vantage points. I don't know if the little guy's on the shores somewhere. That would be a place. These maps are fucking huge. Okay, well. I mean, this is all nice and cool, but... it could be that the little guy's inside of one of the devices. That's a possibility. One of the test chambers. Okay. You know, says something something Gordon, test chamber something something. Just about right. Do you think the little guy went up here? I suppose it's possible. Yeah, that's not gonna work.
Miranda is the founder's daughter. It's still kind of blowing my mind. She came all the way out here, left everything she had behind, and created a new life. Why do you think she did that?
Because creating new life is beautiful.
Miranda is certainly amazing, at least from what she sounds like. I can imagine that it must feel very special to be her parent. On the other hand, we're not like ancient humans. We're not born as babies. Would you have preferred to have a family?
Iron sort of took me under his wing.
He did, didn't he? He remembers what it's like to be part of a family. The first companions were everything to him.
I want to ask you about something else. How are you feeling?
I'm not sure, to be honest. This is all so surreal. Walking around here is so peaceful, but it's also, I don't know. One moment I feel inspired, the next, kind of creeped out.
Why is the northern part of the island mostly underwater?
Our ancestors relied heavily on fossil fuels for energy generation, which released a lot of carbon dioxide. This caused the atmosphere to trap more heat, which changed the planet's overall climate. The effect continued even after they were gone, and these low-lying areas were flooded. I've seen a lot of places like that.
How did you make the megastructure's interior?
You know, people throw around the word awesome a lot. I probably do it too, but I think what we saw in there is the proper meaning of the word.
Did you ever meet the founder?
No, I never did. I would have loved to.
Have you changed your mind about trying some puzzles?
Nope.
That's all.
I wonder what it was like when the ancients were still here. Their world seems so lively.
Not always in a good way. Interesting times are great to read about, but rarely great to experience.
That's true. But they left behind so much art and philosophy and religion, and so many strange stories. Is New Jerusalem like that?
It was, in the beginning.
Alright, well, yoop. Interplay, huh? What's Brian Fargo got to do with it? Interesting. So you can do that. Well, that one's meaningless. There's the exit. those two. We need something. It's possible Miranda literally solved all these puzzles. Yeah, we're not very acrobatic here. We need to open that. We need a box in the right spot. That's not gonna do jack shit. That's about all we can do here. Well, we do have a box. And we have a half fence. So having a half fence and a box, we should do what comes natural. Put the box here. Go in here and take a look. I see nothing. Cool. Okay. Drop would be good, but we need to drop it from somewhere. This thing's still ticking. To be fair, I can see why it would tick. We've lost a few. We lost a few back in the original game. Now, mind you, the name Interplay could literally mean that they expect us to use the adjacent building to squeeze some juice out of. We've got all that going on up there, but okay, as usual, we just go over. Wait, what the fuck? Hold a fucking moment. What? Is that not going to be like acknowledged at all? Maybe we don't have the tools. Says, if I may make a tiny suggestion / remark, go for it. Yeah, go for it. Is it possibly that I'm not ready for this? Or don't have the techniques or tools or powers? Because I'd believe all that. I'd believe all that. Straton. Fancy meeting you here.
To us who have only just begun this journey of philosophy, the world may seem like a mystery that can never be solved. A great deal has been written since the days of the Seven Sages, but how much of it is truth and how much of it is idle speculation? I've offended many by saying that most philosophy will, as the centuries pass, be discarded as foolishness and superstition. But it is a truth only philosophers fail to see. And yet we cannot abandon reason and conclude that we cannot know anything. Rather, we must accept that the journey towards understanding will be long. And our task is to build a foundation for those who will one day arrive at its destination.
You know, it says it's considered good puzzle video game design to have first puzzles introduce new mechanics in a way that lets players learn them in a show-don't-tell way without extraneous complexity. The Talos principal games are praised for their excellent design. Fair enough.
As we continue exploring the cold northern reaches of the island, the contrast between the harshness of this place and the softness of New Jerusalem becomes more and more pronounced. There is a kind of madness in what we are doing, going to a place that is so hostile to our existence. That does not mean there is nothing to love here. There is, in fact, a great beauty, but it is a hateful beauty. A beauty you can only love because there are places that are not like this. And yet, it is precisely this hateful beauty that the people of New Jerusalem fail to see, and so cannot understand their own blessings.
Man, that sprite fucked all the way off. All the way off. Alright, let's see Triangle Zone 2. It says, while I'm also fully aware that playing a video game in a true Differsian sense involves placing oneself in voluntary purgatory. Listen, it's part of the process. Uh-huh. Okay, so this is like our real fake wall. There's second guy. Champion of Guy. He's an odd duck. This is probably the replacement for the time puzzle. With the caveat that, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Alright, well, let's see if second guy, Champion of Guy, is elsewhere here. Here's number 4, out here in the middle of fucking nowhere, nothing. It does seem like a possibility that you could just get a device, some sort of doohickey, that would permit you to do these things. Yeah, it says, Second Guy, Champion of Guy is an excellent title, though. Yeah, it is. Mind-body dualism. Take control. Okay.
What the?
That I have inferred from context how to use Second Guy. Well, I guess if you have particle fields to violate all known laws of physics, you can just avoid the whole copy overwrite data problem with cloning yourself. It just does not matter, huh? Okay, so you can take control through bars, maybe, sometimes. Wait a minute. Spare guy. Okay. Leg up. Okay. Fair enough. Nice and easy.
Any further insights on the particle clouds, Melville?
To be honest with you, Byron, I feel like a caveman trying to study Bose-Einstein condensate. I'm seeing unknown particles whose every property violates the laws of physics, apparently capable of being controlled and recombined into just about anything. It's ridiculous.
Maybe someone in New Jerusalem can figure it out.
Sure, just give them another 1,000 years.
So I can see how this is... Hello? Okay, this feels a little janky. No, not this one. Okay. How? How are you managing this? Fine, we'll do it your way. Have it your way. Subway Ifrit. That's not gonna work. I mean, it was worth a shot. Wouldn't likely make much goddamn sense. Of course, it could be as simple as I got worked into a chute. Could be a red herring. It's not looking like red herring. It's not looking like a red herring at all. I can't help but notice this also lets you exfiltrate a connector. Not that you need that for this challenge. Yeah, you don't need that for this star challenge, I don't think. We've got a Sphinx and a Prometheus. Wait, why am I even... Okay. Because there's two of them. I see, okay. So if we have... Yeah. Yeah, look at this. Okay. So we need to do this, then we need to do this, then we need to get out of here. Then we... Oh, God. Okay. Need to do this, need to do this. Need to jump on this. Need to turn into this. Okay. Go on here. Okay. Become this. Okay. And, Hoop. God damn it. Alright, cool. That's fine. It's as simple as turning into this, becoming this, jumping onto this, becoming this. And doing it until you do the platforming correctly. Okay.
Well done, 1K.
That was pretty well done, wasn't it? No. I don't think we can get that body out of here.
1K.
And is this
I've
for what it's
been
worth?
watching
This is
you
cheese.
solve these puzzles, and this body replication tech is incredible. It just casually blows up the very foundations of our society.
What do you mean?
Do you have any idea how hard it is to make more of us? We're not like a toaster. You don't just weld together a couple of wires and a motherboard and call it a day. Not to mention how hard it is to even find some of the materials. And this thing just, poof, new human.
The goal was to stop at 1,000, wasn't it?
It was. Or was it? And even if it was, sorry to be heretical, But does it matter? If we can figure out how this works, we can finally, easily create more people. We can grow. We can expand. We can build a real civilization. Isn't that worth pursuing?
Maybe there is some point where there's enough people, but this is not it.
Look, yes. Large amounts of people can cause problems. But even the problems they cause are interesting. Because without people, the world is boring. I'm not even saying there isn't some planetary limit. But I've done the maths. It's in the high billions, not a measly 1,000. Anyway, we all need to think about what this means. Glad you and I are more or less on the same page.
Yeah. Alright, I'll get back to work. Alright, so yeah, Vino says, for what it's worth, this is cheese. You didn't need to activate both receivers simultaneously.
This body replication technology is proof of just how vital this expedition is. We may not know how it works and what its limitations are, but the technology itself isn't even what really matters. What matters is to expand our imagination, to realize that other futures are possible.
It says,
I'm glad you see it that way too, 1K. After all,
the other. Yeah, that makes sense.
The world is better with you in it, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Did you ever meet the founder?
Of course I did. She and Cornelius were both there when I was born. Neath was just starting to take over back then, and they were still showing her the ropes.
What was the founder like?
Busy. There was always another problem to solve. Did you know that she never upgraded her body? Always prioritized everyone else. That's the kind of work ethic I wish more people had.
I agree, but there also needs to be space for other things in life.
I suppose so. For me, living is doing. But I understand that other people have more varied needs.
Did you ever crave companionship?
I've never felt the need for a partner as such. I've met a lot of people who do. Athena and Cornelius, Atal and Damien, Sarabai and Hypatia. But that's not really for me. So far, at least. But I do have social needs like anyone. What I like is a pleasant buzz of humanity. Not too close, not too far. Something I can be part of without having it get in my face all the time.
Could these visions affect my mind?
The data stream overloads? Yes, they could. There are safeguards to prevent that from happening. But these aren't exactly carefully controlled circumstances. It's hard to predict. Our brains are absurdly complicated, which is why it's so hard to make more of us.
Why do you think the founder left New Jerusalem?
Maybe she just got sick of things breaking all the time.
How do you feel about Mayor Herman's policies?
I used to think it was the only safe way forward. Keep things simple and under control. Now I'm not so sure that ever made sense.
So what can these particle clouds do?
As far as I can tell, anything. Which is insane.
What do you think about Miranda?
She's so innocent and full of wonder, it should make me want to retch, metaphorically speaking. But I'll admit, she's sort of charming.
Fair enough. I should get back to work. Did I already solve you? Probably, right? Wait, you're not even... No, yeah, you're leg up. You're leggy uppy. Up legman. Speaking of, has Buzz gotten back from social media? The founder appears to have developed a technology that prints new bodies using those particle clouds we're already familiar with. These bodies come with a protocol for instantly transferring the user's mind. I cannot sufficiently underline how mad this is. The implications would be breathtaking if we breathed. There seem to be a number of safeguards. So far, I've not been able to get this tech to work outside the puzzles. I did manage to sort of make sense of the mind transfer protocol, however, and I'm now uploading all the data I've collected. It will need to be studied extensively before it can be used, but I can think of a lot of potential applications. What really grinds my gears, though, is how casually it's all deployed. It takes us ages to make a new body, and here's this whole bunch of them, doing no more than holding up platforms or standing on pressure plates. Is this all a joke? Yes. The Founder Mega Thread. Please keep discussion of the alleged presence of the Founder at the site of the mechanic structure confined to this thread. I'm still in shock, says Lebistros. I wasn't even sure the Founder was still alive. Of course she is. And now that we've reached completion day, she has sent her sacred messenger, says Ovis. Jacques420 says, could still be aliens pretending to be the Founder. Zagran says, it's not aliens, and if Prometheus and Pandora are her sacred messengers, why has one apparently chained the other? Thekla says, the day of her return is imminent. Ardina says, so now you agree that Byron was right to want an expedition? In fact, it was the Founder's will all along. When you said it would be wrong to even consider going to the island, you were acting against the Founder. Thekla says, your work games aren't going to help you when the Founder returns, Aurinia. Neve says, it was wonderful to hear Athena's voice again, but with all the emotion inherent in the matter, we should be careful not to get swept away. Don't really understand anything yet. Schroeder says, can't help but wonder. If Miranda's her daughter, was Athena trying to start a new civilization? Did she abandon New Jerusalem? It's conceivable. She was always a leader. Maybe she just wanted to experience something private. Neve says, a valid point. She had enormous responsibilities from the very beginning, and while we were a family, she had too many burdens to ever have a private life of her own. Dosicles says, I understand your point, but why leave Cornelius behind then? Rhodomna says, that's none of our business. And Dosicles says, fair enough. Yeah, I should have thought of that. Cornelius could be reading. Alright, so we got C-A-T. T is inside of something. So yeah, we're in the Halo map. Let's go knock some of these out. I don't know where the little guy went. The little guy's fucked straight off. Maybe he's in here. This is where I lost sight of him. Oh, you little shit. You cheeky fuck. You, hop on this. We got business. Okay, fine. We can only stand on plates, huh? Or is it not? Yeah, oh, okay. Ah. Okay, well. Nope. Okay. And it says, I told you you'll find it eventually. I mean, fuck, I guess so, huh? Alright, well. me over to the thing. No, we need all 3 guys for this bad boy. You little shit. You little shit. It says, one does not simply not have all 3 guys. Yeah. What am I fucking doing? It looks like we need like a double... Oh. Yeah, that'll do. Alright, you little shit. I'm coming for you next. Fuck's sake. This is goofballs. Oh, can we not mantle? We can't mantle. Okay. Fuck, how did I do this again? Right. Hooray. For now. Alright, get over here. Okay. Alright. Second guy. Oh. Oh, okay, you little shit. Fine, fuck it. We were busy doing something. This little guy is so fucking cheeky. The absolute cheek of you. star
cannot
can.
return to the past, but the future can redeem all that has happened.
Well, it seems about as unhinged as Pandora. But still, he did have that sick-ass tip the scales line, so he's clearly not quite as gone. Right, passing through. Alright, I see what I gotta do. I see what I gotta do when I'm already doing it. Not like this. You bring the box. Drop that real quick, thank you. Bring that as well. Okay. Alright, I didn't expect that. Alright, no, that's cool, dog. Alright. Yakut, spectacular. I don't understand what possible function the structure can have, but it's really, really impressive. Hold on, could that be its function? Just to be impressive? Body replication. Dusiclus says the technology discovered by the expedition changes everything. Every argument about how hard it is to get access to the resources necessary to create more of us goes out the window. We can create more people. 1K doesn't have to be the last, and it would be easy. Are we really going to give up just because of the goal? Elwyn says energy doesn't just come from nowhere. We have no idea what the real cost behind this technology is. Avis says, besides, the goal is an ideal, not just a limit we ran into by accident. There's the will of the founder. Zagrean says, yeah, right. Elwyn says, it's not necessary to share a personal belief in the founder to understand the value of the goal. It's clear to all but the most radical that humanity needs limits for its own sake, for the sake of the planet. Damien says, you say that as if it was self-evident. It's not. You're smuggling a whole host of misanthropic ideas into the conversation under the disguise of reasonableness. Your premises are completely rotten. Elwyn says, I believe the results of human history speak for themselves, and I find it shocking that anyone would disagree with something so obvious. Zagrean says, shocking that anyone would value human beings and think that maybe our ancestors could have solved their problems using their brains instead of preaching misery for all? That maybe there's some fucking point in blaming other factors beyond technology and growth? Like, I don't know, people in positions of authority preaching their self-important bullshit morality instead of trying to solve ordinary people's problems? Elwyn says, authority? I'm just an academic. Damien says, that's completely disingenuous and you know it. Your clique has the mayor's ear. Elwyn says, clique? I assure you, there's no such thing. Jeremy says, this conversation is getting out of hand. If you can't behave, I'm shutting this thread down. These conversations are necessary. They should not be banned. This conversation is irritating, but it should be allowed as a matter of principle. Damien says, thank you, 1K. New Jerusalem is a democracy, and without free speech, democracy is a sham. Jeremy says, a lovely sentiment. You should try moderating this forum and see what it's like. If every conversation is allowed to explode, instability is guaranteed. We have to set reasonable limits on behavior. Thread closed. Oh shit, Jeremy. Alright, let's go on the other side of this mountain. Okay, away we hop. Alright. That was a little buggy, but it happens. Okay, let's see. Yeah, but this is different. Also, I'd be stuck in there anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But just because I'd be stuck in there doesn't mean that there isn't something visible from there. I might not be able to... Okay, so mind control can't happen. Body transference can't happen from midair. Yeah, no. Whoa. This guy's freaking out. So I'm actually as stuck as I was before, just more stylishly. With erudition. And a genteel demeanor. On the other hand... Like, I'm still stuck, but I'm bathrobes and cigar or stuck, you know? Bathrobe and cigar, like, by a roaring fireplace. Still stuck as fuck, just with a bourbon on the rocks. So if we had one of the little panel guys, we could toss one of these guys over. But for that, we need to open this. And for that, we need to have a power source. And for that, we need to do something about this. Oh. Right. Okay. Duh. Second guy, champion of Guy, has arrived. I'll need that right this exact moment. Hop on. Says, I was making more coffee. What did I miss? I'm not sure what you missed. I got the star. I'm here. I figured out the second triangle. Okay. You're kind of... Okay, so that's all cool, but that's not what we needed to grab, so that's on the other hand. Seems fairly important. You need to be within view so that I can actually, you know... possess you. Alright. Cool. Oh, okay, we need the box guy. Okay, well, we need the box guy. We need the box guy? We don't need the box guy. What the fuck am I talking about? No, well, shit. Do me a favor, second guy. Okay. Interesting. How do we get this shit out of here? Okay, that's problematic. I guess we can try that. Not a chance in hell this works. Case closed. Okay. So we need to have that there. Can we even... I suppose we can, yeah. Okay. So we need to be careful, because this is one that's soft lockable. Okay. That's fine. That's well within view. Let's go back. Whee! No, this is not presently within view. But at this point, it becomes in view. Okay, that looks good. I'm gonna need you to be visible. You shitting me? Where the fuck did you go? Okay, don't hide in there. Fuck, shit. Don't. There you are, okay. To be fair, we are kind of camouflage. Like, we are adapted to this pattern. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Climb the stairs, dude. Climb the stairs. Alright, we did it.
I can't imagine spending years in such a desolate place. For what? Science? Enlightenment? I'd much rather be back home in New Jerusalem.
I think it's beautiful in its own way. But I don't understand how our ancestors could survive here. They were so fragile. Imagine getting stuck out here in the cold. I wonder if there are wolves.
It's kind of a miracle biological humans lasted as long as they did.
A miracle, but also just a lot of hard work. And yeah, absolutely a miracle, but... Hey, don't say that too soft. Okay, there needs to be a ladder somewhere. What are you doing down there? Fucking... Slipped and fell. Alright. Well, shit. Okay, we gotta explore some of these other rooms and see if there's not a secret guy in some of them. Operation Secret Guy, there he is. Okay, so that was a good step one. Alright, that doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter, no. We need... to get you out of there. And the shit up against this ought to help. Maybe. I don't fucking know. Can I even get there? I cannot, in fact, almost get there. Even a little bit. So this might be premature. On the other hand, I can just about get here. I mean, does that help? Yes, it does. Alright, you know what to do. You know what to do, I say, as I fail to know what to do. I can do it from here. That's pretty cool. Can we get his ass out of here yet? No. No, we can't. That don't work. That could hypothetically work. Is there some other connector that I can't see? There is not, in fact, some other connector that I can't see. We need something on there, and if we have connectors on there, then we can't use those connectors for anything else. On the other hand, we need to... I mean, we can't even rescue that guy. If we wanted to, it would break the beam. And if it breaks the beam, then we can't go through that. If we can't go through that, then what the fuck's the point? What am I thinking, you know? We can get it through over there, but then what? We could, in theory, shoot a hole through that and do something there. Would that be a good idea? Signs point to I don't think so. I truly, duly don't think so. Certainly, though, I can be fucked to try. I could be persuaded to try. No, what would the point be? What would the point be? We need to get something over there. We can't do it from over here. We've managed to get that taken care of. But we're still up shit creek without this. So yeah, what do we do? We can drop a guy. Dropping a guy means... we need more than this. Having so acquired the guy, we can put this here. Okay. Okay, well, only one thing for that. Where's the other guy? Fuck. Don't tell me I shit the bed this quickly. I need you to go anywhere else. Okay. That'll do. That'll do. It says drilling to go into a guy. Yep. There's a sentence. Sure is. Alright, let's go.
I am so glad I'm not in charge of solving these.
Private message, huh? Helga, an introduction. Oh, Helga. Hi. Okay, Helga here. Turns out we have a mutual friend. Doge thought it might be fun for us to chat, especially considering your positive feedback when we met in the city. Yes, I was interested to meet you. I like to connect with people with the imagination to see the world without insisting it fit inside whatever boxes they hold in their heads. The powers that be in New Jerusalem tend to think they know how things ought to be. They set themselves these intractable goals and then take them so seriously they forget to enjoy what comes of them. I just want everybody to enjoy themselves. Sounds like fun. Every time I catch a glimpse of truth, it looks a little different. I can't see your face, but I sense you're full of questions. Have at it. Where are you? In the heart of the city. Not much footfall right now, so I'm taking a moment to enjoy Chansey's gardens. Who are you? If I were a book, there'd be a shopkeeper on the front cover. You should drop by when you're next in town. We've got some exciting new stock. Why are you? Straight to the big questions, huh? Who is gonna like you? Why are you? Why is anything? Why? You know how when you zoom into something, you always find its opposite? Curved lines become single points, you see colors and hear sounds. But when you really look, it's all just ones and zeros. And just when you think you've got it, you zoom into the binary and find there's fractions in between. That's why. Two poles of the same one thing, doing a dance just because they can. I only want to know what you want with me. I have the sneaking suspicion your expedition will bring a great change to New Jerusalem. I just want you to approach it with an open mind and a kind heart, and to regale me with stories of adventure when you come home. It all sounds like such fun. Whatever you choose to do, it's going to put the wind up some people back home. I make a point of never telling anyone how to live their lives, but I will make one request. Please don't share what I've told you with the city just yet. I have to consider my business's reputation, and people are such better customers when they think they know what you're selling. So what do you think? Are we going to be friends? Sure, let's be friends. How sweet. Though usually there's a bit more of a ceremony. Nothing fancy, just some rituals where you eat a live bat and then vibrate some cat guts at the precise frequency of the gate to the ninth dimension. That will have to wait until you're next in the city. In the meantime, welcome to the Coven. Wait, is this some kind of secret society? That makes things sound terribly organized, but they're really just organized terribly, if at all. So no, it's not a secret society, it's just that society contains people who know secrets. Are there others? Of course, everyone in the city is a member of the Coven in some way or other. Most of them don't even realize it, but everyone knows a few words of magic. Are there rules? Only if it helps, dear. Don't get me wrong, some patterns of behavior work more reliably than others, but I know better than to try to write them down. Is there a secret handshake? No, but I can give you a randomly generated code phrase if you like. Majestic dashing hamsters. Thank you. Let's stay in touch. Alright. I feel like that joke works differently on different levels depending on what time period. So yeah, we've knocked almost everything out already. Except for the Sphinx puzzle, because the cat, but you know. We'll figure that out when we figure it out. For now, though, I think I'm going to call it here. We've done a 6-hour run. So, I'm going to say that that's good enough. I'm going to say that that's good enough. I'd like to thank you all for joining me. next time we'll keep second Talosing this two principle the second. Till then, everybody, stay safe, and I'll see you around. Bye bye now.